Go ahead, Andrea.
Okay, and we are live. Today is Tuesday, April 27th, 2021. It's 9 a.m. and I'll call the meeting to order. And the first item is I will ask our clerk to do roll call, please.
Okay, here I am, the disembodied voice here. Councillor Clark, are you there?
I'm present.
Okay. Councillor Donaldson?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Present.
Councillor McKechnie?
Present.
Councillor Smith?
Present.
Councillor Wood Roberts?
Present.
And Mayor Roberts.
Present. Okay, thank you. The next item is to adopt our agenda for today. So I'll need a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda. Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Held on April 27th, 2021 be approved as presented. All in favor? And that's carried. Are there any disclosure of pecuniary interest today? Okay, seeing none. The next item is to adopt our minutes from the regular council meeting and the public meeting of March 23rd. May I have a mover or seconder, please? Councillor Smith. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that council approves the following meeting minutes as circulated. Regular council, the 23rd of March 2021, and public meeting of the 23rd of March 2021. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. Thank you. Next thing is our mayor and deputy mayor update, and it's Deputy Mayor Kennedy's and my chance to share with Dysart Council a little bit of things that are happening. I'll be quite brief. We have a full meeting today with 4 delegations, so that's going to take some time. A couple things that have come across emails. One is the census for 2021 is coming up. The online, the data collection is going to be starting on May 3rd. The majority is going to be held online. They also, though, have the capacity to do it by the phone. The last resort is that the old-fashioned knock on the door, done with all kinds of safety protocols. So I think census taking is really important for us. We're dependent on some funding for it. So I encourage everybody and mayors were asked to promote this. So you can go to census.gc.ca to get more information about how the data collection will be taking place and make sure everybody gets counted in. Another thing to promote, on May 1st, the Ontario Medical Association is promoting Doctors' Day. This is an annual thing they do every year. And but this year in particular, the pressure that our Ontario doctors have been under the last year due to COVID-19 is incredible. So mayors and people and councillors yourselves are encouraged to post on your social media platforms using the hashtag Doctors Day. And that's on May 1st. And personally, I just want to thank all our local healthcare team. We have one councillor who's on our one of those right there, Councillor Wood Roberts. Thank you. So next is Gardens Retirement Home. They are due to start residents moving in on May 3rd. Unfortunately, our tour was canceled due to the fact we were not allowed to gather. And Bill Martimay has promised that when we are able to do that, even though people will have moved in, we're able to still do a tour later on. So really exciting that that's actually coming to fruition and residents will start moving into their new home. And lastly, tomorrow at the county in the afternoon at 1 o'clock, there's going to be a special meeting. I believe all of the councillors were invited to attend that and to view. Yep, thank you. So be sure to do that. It's to do with Eorn and Rogers and the contract that they were awarded to close that cell gap, which is important to absolutely every single person here in our municipality and also in our county. So that's tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and I hope you can attend. And that's all I have. So Deputy Mayor Kennedy, do you have anything to share?
No, I'll keep it very short. Just I want to thank all the volunteers and the Rotary clubs of both Haliburton and Minden for the awesome job that they're both doing in getting our clinics up and running so smoothly. So thanks to all the volunteers. That's about it today. Full agenda. So thank you.
We sure do. Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And now we're going to turn it over to, like I say, we have 4 delegations. So I'll get the staff to bring in our first delegate, Sheila Zyman. We've seen Sheila before. She's with the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust, of which I just walked the big loop, or whatever it's called, the Heritage Loop, or the big one at Barnum Creek the other day. Little wet, but absolutely gorgeous. Okay, take it away, Sheila.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for receiving this delegation on behalf of the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust. I did send you a letter with some of the details, but I know that you're all excellent readers, so I'm not going to reread the letter. Basically, the Land Trust is asking for permission to level and clear part of the land on Gould Crossing Road that you own to allow for safe parking off the road, angle parking off the road for visitors to Barnum Creek. As you know, it has become very popular, and by having these parking spaces, it'll be particularly helpful in the winter when that hill is not plowed, and so people can park safely on the road there because they have to walk up the hill to get to Barnum. But also it's helpful for overflow parking. We do have a very limited space for parking at Barnum Creek, and often that parking lot is full. So it will be a safe place for overflow to park as well. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Well, thank you, Sheila. And yes, we did get your letter in our package. We've brought in Rob Camlon, our Director of Public Works. I know he met on site, and also Deputy Mayor Kennedy. I'm going to turn it over to you first because you've been dealing with this for some time, and also with the neighbor who seems receptive to helping create some parking spaces. So.
Yeah, thank you. I get this Barnum Creek is a victim of its own success, and that's a great problem to have. And Sheila is just an awesome person to work with, getting this underway. I think that with the success of Barnum Creek, we do have to realize that the amount of traffic and people parking on the roadway is just not acceptable. It's a very easy area, just to a couple telephone poles down from the rail trail. It's fairly flat. It looks like it's gravel. I'm not Rob will be able to comment more on that. But Pat Casey has been very supportive as well and cleared some parking area this winter on his own property to help take some of the overflow. So I'm supportive of this project, and we'll see if we can fit anything into the budget. I'm not sure, but Rob might have some more details.
Rob, did you want to comment on it at all?
Yeah, sure. So when we met on site, we did a bit of a walkabout. I think with some very minimal excavation, it's more or less just scratching the sod off the existing site. There's not a lot of drainage features to start with, so everything will just kind of percolate through the ground once everything's stripped off. Best guess, we can probably get between 8 and 10 spots that are fully off the road in the summer. The winter will pose a bit of a challenge in that we'll be able to push it back as time allows when the truck's already down there, but there's nowhere really to store the snow. So at some point it will require some snow removal. And I think we'll just have to be acknowledge the fact that it will get done as time allows. So we'll push it back as much as we can, but certainly in the summer, it'll be a great improvement.
Just realized I was muted. There we go. In the winter, I think that's where the neighbor, Pat Casey, is happy to help you. We're not blocking anything. He doesn't drive vehicles in and out of there in the wintertime. So to the whatever direction that is, east, west, the other side, Pat Casey's side, that we can get some, there was quite a bit of parking there in the wintertime. The other benefit of having a sort of better designated parking space there is so many people are walking the rail trail. So is Barnum Creek's popular to walk. So is the rail trail, and people don't always want to start at the other parking lot up just before where County Road 1 ends. There's a lot of people that want to start at that section and work their way the other way. So that'll be helpful for that as well. And the resolution basically asks staff to return to a future meeting with a report detailing the work and funds required. So if I could probably have a mover and possibly have a mover rather than seconder for that. So Deputy Mayor Kennedy and a seconder. I'll read the resolution in full. That was Councillor Clark. Okay, I'll read the resolution properly. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges receipt of the request from Sheila Simon to expand a public parking area on Gold Crossing Road for visitors to the Barnum Creek Nature Reserve, and further directs staff to return to a future meeting with a report detailing the work and funds required to level and clear an area beside Gould's Crossing for additional parking. All in favor? Great, thank you. And that's carried. Okay, thank
Thanks
you,
very
Sheila.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So even though we're ahead of schedule, that doesn't happen very often. We will bring in our next delegate, which is the pickleball players. And there are 4 people coming into that meeting. And we've got they're going to go through their presentation. We'll just wait till everybody's there to introduce.
We ready?
I'm just waiting for everybody to come in, and then I'll introduce and turn it over to you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I do have 4 names on the delegation, but I see Steve Finney and Wendy Miller are the 2 delegates on the screen. So I'll let you turn it over. Oh, Jennifer Coates is coming in now. And we also have Phil Harknett is just coming in. Okay, so you're all on screen. So you guys know how to tag team, and I'll turn it over. I believe. Yeah, okay, I'll turn it over. I believe it's Steve is doing the slideshow. So you can share screen anytime.
Okay, Wendy, you're going to start, right?
Okay. Is the screen up?
Almost.
Okay. It's just not in the big view yet. There we go. Okay.
Yep.
Good morning, Mayor Roberts, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, Recreation Coordinator Andrea Mueller. I don't see her there, but perhaps she couldn't make it this morning, and Haliburton councillors. Thank you for making time for our committee of very keen pickleball players this morning. My name is Wendy Miller, and Jennifer Coates and I are area ambassadors for Pickleball Haliburton, Ontario. Jennifer Coates has been instrumental in arranging for and managing the evening play at Haliburton High School, while I manage the daytime play mainly at Minden Community Centre. Phil Harknett, who in his role as president of a community association, oversaw construction of 2 pickleball courts with another 2 in the offing. Steve Finney, past president of Pickleball Ontario and a current national pickleball champion, has a wealth of knowledge about the game, its impact on towns, cities, not only across Canada, but as well internationally. My passion for pickleball has driven me and my fellow committee members to come together to work to find a home for pickleball in Haliburton. Slide 2.
The 2016 Dysart Strategic Plan outlines 16 areas of focus and related objectives. With almost 4 million people playing pickleball across North America, experience and research tells us that the development of a pickleball facilities and services strategy has the potential to support the achievement of those social and economic elements detailed in the 2016 plan. We've all been told that a journey begins with 1 step. Today, we are asking for your help to take 3 steps. And for us to realize the results identified and outlined in the slide you have in front of you. Those 3 items are maximize the use of the current facilities that we have, or infrastructure, by painting pickleball lines on the tennis courts at Head Park. Second is we need to build 4 dedicated courts somewhere within the area. And last but not least is create and develop and implement a pickleball and tennis facilities and service strategy. So in preparation for that journey, we need to do a couple of things. We need to know A, where we're going to go, and B, where we are starting. In other words, what's the current reality? So Wendy's going to walk us through what that is.
I'll let you look at this slide for a minute. Now you can see what we do when we're playing pickleball and what we're thinking. Outdoor play has taken place in Stanhope, Minden, and Wilberforce and Gooderham, all operating 3 to 5 days a week, probably 7 days a week, from mid-May to October, collectively attracting over 100 pickleball players. Winter indoor play has been limited to Haliburton High School at night, a couple of community centers in Highland East and Minden, taking in maybe 30 players at a time. It's notable that the 100 people playing at the various venues ate, shopped, bought gas, and had their cars serviced locally. And the numbers are growing as our cottagers become residents that have a desire to stay fit and do things. Pickleball is a great way to be active through a fun, easy to learn sport. Next slide.
The experience of these three communities, Midland, St. Thomas, and Sarnia, and we could add many others, with whom we have spoken, are consistent and reinforce really three items that are essential to the ability to harvest or realize the social and economic gains for the area. One, you need quality facilities. Two, you need programs for the beginners, programs for the competitive folks, and programs for the recreational folks. Curriculums have been developed for the schools. The fastest growing group of pickleball players are in the ages of 18 to 34. And the average age of pickleball players, because most people think of it as a more senior sport, is now around 41 years old. There's also financial support out there to assist us. To give you a flavor of what the four pickleball courts would look like, here's a picture from Midland and a picture from St. Thomas, because pictures often, as they say, tell a better story than the words that I could use. In addition, there are two other elements that are more implicit than explicit. In addition to the quality facilities, programs, and financial support, we need leadership. Leadership and a strategy and plan. In summary, these leadership from you and support from council to realize the opportunity, and leadership from the community of dedicated pickleball players that have talent, interest, and leadership skills to apply context, content, and support for the development of facilities and programs. In summary, the 5 takeaways from these 2 slides are the essential components of enhancing community growth and development. To that end, we are asking.
Okay, this is our first ask today, to increase the utilization of the current facility in Head Lake Park by creating 4 pickleball courts on the 2 tennis courts that are there. And this is what it could look like. Now we have Mr. Harknett.
Good morning. So our second ask is to build at some point in the near future 4 dedicated pickleball courts at an area to be determined. The best location would be closest possible to town and schools. And this would really attract people to the community, be great for the community. And if you build it, they will come. Thank you.
In conclusion, let's work together and give pickleball a home in Haliburton. Would welcome any questions.
Okay, well, thank you to all the presenters and for your information about pickleball. Deputy Mayor Kennedy and I sat in on a pre-meeting with you, so we have a little bit more in depth of how passionate you are and how growing the sport is, which we commend. It's great to see people, you know, getting interested in a new sport. So I will turn it over to questions from councillors, and I believe our staff while you may not see them on screen, they would be listening in. So Andrea Mueller will definitely be, I believe, on the call. So
Okay,
anyway, I'll turn it over to questions. So I see Councillor Smith and then Councillor Clark, I believe. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the presenters this morning. Very insightful and exciting in terms of the kind of proposal you're talking about. We had a group in West Guildford, actually, at the West Guildford Recreation Center this past winter during time periods that COVID didn't prohibit it, that about 25 hours a week, the facility was in use by pickleball players, and lots of enthusiasm. I'll admit to having played 3 or 4 times myself, found it quite enjoyable. There's a hockey rink behind the West Guildford Recreation Center that has a set of somewhat rickety hockey boards around it, but it's also an asphalt surface, and you know, it would need a little cleanup, and it would also, I think, need a kind of a top coat put on it to smooth it out. But you know, you folks have got way more experience than I am. You probably have higher standards based on the photographs I saw in your presentation. But I'd encourage you to take a look at that, because if we could get it, I think if we could get a top coat on that asphalt, you know, that could be an operation this summer. You know, it's only space for 1 court, but at least it's an opportunity. And but somebody with more expertise than me would need to take a look. I'd encourage you to go out there and. Hey,
I actually did look at the space, Mr. Smith, and I agree with you. It needs some work. Part of the problem is 1 court, and it certainly is perhaps a stopgap, something we can do for the short term. But when you have 1 court and then you have 30 plus players showing up, and I'm sure it's going to grow much more than 30, you have a lot of sitting and waiting, a lot of frustration. So, I mean, certainly short term, that could be a solution. Personally, I would go to Stanhope where there are 4 courts, because then I'll get more play, even though more players might come out. But it's possible for short term.
Okay. Well, it's something that I know the group that manages the West Guildford Recreation Center would support, and
that's good. That's very good.
It's a short term. It's the best it could be. Is short term.
Well, I think thank you, Councillor Smith. And I think at this point, that's all that we can really be. We're looking for to create any longer term plan. I'll speak to that maybe a little bit later. But Councillor Clark, you had a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, a couple of comments and a couple of questions. Yeah, this is a great thing. It's we need a suite of activities in the community that promotes community engagement and community health, and I can't think of anything that would better fit in. On a larger planning scale things, we are looking at a recreation plan going forward, and I can see this as being something that could be very easily attached to a community recreation center, whatever we develop over the vision we develop over the next couple of years. So that's got some real positive thing. What I do like is the fact that you can use some of the existing tennis courts to upscale, and for one thing, it doesn't require us going out and having to immediately build new facility. At least it gets us started, but it also supports the idea of multifunction recreation, which I think is quite important. I guess my question will then be for staff in terms of what is the and to bring forward what is going to be the kind of the ongoing maintenance and maintenance costs, support costs for this and impact on our budget type of thing. But by all means, it's right dead center in terms of what we want to do as a healthy community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Yes, and you brought up a good point there that we do need to talk to staff. Councillor McKechnie, I see, I'll just finish this thought. We do need to talk to staff on that. There are some plans to do some upgrades on the tennis courts. The other thing is we have not had any conversation with any of the tennis players, and this, that we do have quite a group of people that do play tennis at that facility, and I think it wouldn't be right unless we had some conversations and included them. So I do basically, just so you know, fellow councillors, the resolution on the table just says to receive, but we could add further to that we, direct staff to do a plan. And I think we still need to have some more consultation before we commit to any of the asks today, due to possible work of the tennis courts and also to have conversation with the tennis players. Councillor McKechnie, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not trying to sound negative. Like you said something about the tennis players. I've a lot of my friends are playing it. They love it. I haven't played it maybe because my knees are telling me not to, but it sure looks like fun. Great for us seniors. But I'm just asking the question is, how's it going to conflict with the tennis association that we have going on right now, the group there?
Bill, do you want to talk to that?
Yeah, sure. So, Walt, right now, the tennis group, they have organized play Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings. And what we would ask is that we could get Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday mornings. So, a sharing of the facility. I'll be honest with you, when you ask tennis players, there's going to be pushback. And this is the same across all municipalities. When you suggest change, there's going to be pushback. They're going to say the main thing that comes up is having the extra lines is confusing. But for any of us who've played in a high school gym know that, when you get lots of different lines, you get used to it. And that's generally what it is. The pickleball lines, as you saw from the slide, they're a different color and they're narrower. And in all municipalities, this is the natural progression. For instance, Oakville have painted dual use on 17 of their tennis courts, and they're doing 17 more this year. So it's something that works well, and generally, people can work together, and I'm sure that will be the case here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Phil, for that. But I still would like to get staff input into this,
Sure.
and that's for what we call sort of the temporary or the next couple of years fix. Going forward in a longer term to actually build courts. It's funny because after our other meeting, I got thinking about this, and I'm not trying to throw it back at you, but I liken it to the skateboard park. And we just had a concrete pad, and there was some really unfortunate, I'm not a skateboarder at all, but some very basic pieces of equipment. And there was a committee, there was a dedicated group of people who wanted to see this happen, to build a skateboard park. I became part of the fundraising committee, but there was a whole host of other people. And so the municipality was a huge partner because it was our land, and financially we contributed about a quarter of, or maybe a third of the financial money, but the rest came from those grassroots fundraising committee. So, maybe kind of a bit of a model. I did look at one of the courts where I can't remember which one in your presentation, where they, got some money from Trillium, and they got some money from Ontario Senior Games and that sort of thing. So on the longer term project, picking a location and figuring out the financial impact, cost of how that goes forward. So I'd like to hear back from staff on this. Right now, the resolution is to receive your report. And so I don't know, through the clerk, should I add something to the resolution that asks for a staff report? Or can we?
Councillor Smith has a question there.
Okay, thank you. I can't look up and down at the same time. I appreciate that. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just as an addition to receiving it, and being a person that was at least likes to see something happen sooner than later, could the staff, in consultation with the pickleball experts here, give us some thoughts or some information as to what would be required for that surface in West Guildford? We don't have enough space in West Guildford for 4 courts, so they'll never be there. But one that could be in operation this summer is one more than we got today. And so if that could be done for, frankly, a small amount of money, because the asphalt's already there, as I said, it just needs a top coat of some type. I'd like to know if it's going to cost us $1,500 or $15,000.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, just a general, Mallory, to you, just to add to that resolution further that staff, because there's that court, Councillor Smith, and then there's also we had talked at our earlier meeting about the one where the outdoor skating rink is yes, again, that would fit one court, but it's painted lines on one space. So can we add something, Mallory, to ask staff to come back with a report?
Sure, but are we going to direct them to an area or just a general report on creating pickleball courts? And
I think a general report, and that they need to speak with the tennis group.
So we could say further direct
Robert.
staff. Oh, sorry, keep going.
I was going to also suggest you might want to touch base with the West Guildford Community Center as well to make sure that they're supportive of that initiative, since they look after the grounds there and that kind of stuff. But also, like, part of the report as well to consider the tennis implications, ball hockey implications, sharing of all those different resources, how that could work with maybe our software or something else. So just things to consider if we're going to report back, maybe.
I think that verbally can be stated to the staff if we just have the resolution that says, and for staff to do that. So that's
what you're looking for. It's just trying to get a sense for staff. That's what you want out of this.
Yeah. Mallory, do you want to read what?
Sorry, I muted myself while I was typing, so you guys didn't have to hear it.
Okay.
So I have further direct staff to return to a future meeting with a report on the work and funds required to create pickleball courts within the municipality in consultation with the West Guildford Community Center Board and local tennis players. Does that kind of sum it up?
I think it does. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor McKechnie, and I saw lots of hands. Councillor Smith, sorry. Well, okay, I'll read the first part of the resolution, or Mallory, for technical, to be accurate, we should probably read the resolution in full. If you don't mind, I have a mover and a seconder, if you can read the whole resolution.
Sure. So be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the presentation by Wendy Miller, Stephen Finney, Jennifer Coates. Am I saying that right, Jennifer?
Yes, Jennifer
Okay,
Coates.
perfect.
Yep.
Perfect. Phil Harknett regarding opportunities to enhance pickleball in Halliburton, and further direct staff to return to a future meeting with a report on the work and funds required to create pickleball courts within the municipality in consultation with the West Guildford Community Center and board and local tennis players.
Okay, you've heard the resolution. All in favor? All right, and that's carried. Okay. So thank you again for your presentation, and happy pickleball playing. Never know.
Thank you very much. You can
Okay,
imagine 100 smiling faces out there. Thank you.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
So we'll just give staff a minute to change the faces on our screen, shall I say? And we will bring in our next delegation, which is Ashley McAllister and John Patterson and Carolina Barberi, some from Abbey Gardens and some from Halliburton Solar and Wind. So it just takes time to bring those in, and we have 2 letters, one from each organization. I'll just wait till everybody's on screen, and I'll turn it over to you for your request.
You guys hear me okay?
Mm-hmm. Can. And just wait. I just see John's just coming in. And there's John Patterson. Okay, so I've actually already introduced you before, and we also have Jeff Wiles, our Director of Planning, who will probably give us some advice here as well. So I already introduced you, as I said, as you guys were just popping in on screen. So I'll turn it over to you to explain your request and go ahead. So whoever is going first.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'm Ashley. I'm the new Director of Operations at Abbey Gardens. I started at the beginning of March. So John has offered to join as well to give some background information, just in case you guys have questions. And Carolina is also joining us from Halliburton Solar and Wind so that she can speak to the impact this issue has on their business. So I know I sent through a letter, but I thought I'd just talk through some of the main points of it. So obviously Abbey Gardens has grown immensely over the past few years. This summer alone, we're going to have over 20 employees just on the Abbey Gardens side, plus the employees at the brewery, Halliburton Solar Wind, and Abbey Retreat Center. As many of you probably know, we have over 300 acres, so it's a big site, but we are lacking storage. So part of that is just we only have a few buildings. We have a lot of trails and recreational space in that acreage. But also it's a byproduct of all of the growth and success that we've seen. So all 4 of the businesses and organizations on site are pretty much running at capacity. They have different needs in terms of what we can store, and we all kind of share the space we do have, but there are some things that just aren't feasible to keep in closets or all packing into the Abbey Retreat Center basement. So stuff like that would be the Halliburton Solar and Wind equipment, all of our beekeeping equipment, as we have an apiary on site, tables and chairs from the various special events that we do. We also are introducing a disc golf course this year. And so that is going to bring new visitors to the site and to the county, but it also requires storage. We have equipment for that as well. So we are requesting an exemption to the bylaw that prevents us from having sea cans on the property. And I wanted to just emphasize it's just a temporary measure. So we are obviously looking long-term to build a more permanent solution. But with COVID, all of the funds we have right now are really just being directed to keeping our operations going, keeping our staff going. We don't want to lay anyone off. We want to keep building. And as I'm sure everyone here knows, the cost of building materials right now is just really kind of outside of our reach. So it is our 2 to 3 year plan to build something more permanent and build something that, you know, kind of answers this question for everyone on site. But for now, it would help us and the other businesses to have this temporary solution. We also want to emphasize that I know sea cans can be ugly. So we wanted to just emphasize that of the 3 that we're proposing, none of them are visible from the highway. Only one of them is visible from Garden Gate Road, if approved. And that's the one that I mentioned in my letter. We would like to put a wrap on or a mural, work with a local artist, something just to make it more attractive. So instead of it becoming an eyesore, it's actually something that people who are on site can take pictures with, kind of can post on Instagram and tag that they're here. There are people who literally travel around Ontario just to take pictures with these Instagram famous murals. So it would give us an extra destination on site as well. So it's practical, but also pretty. And so ultimately, our goal is just to create a temporary storage solution that will allow us to keep growing while we are hoping to, you know, plan long-term for these more permanent structures, and blending those temporary solutions into our existing acreage in a fun, integrated way that is either attractive or invisible, whichever one we can kind of do. So Carolina might have more to add about the impact from a business perspective. Also happy to take questions.
Hello. Thanks. That was well said, Ashley. But really, as a new business, well, new to us, Halliburton Solar Wind has been around for quite some time, and we recently purchased that from Brian. And with that comes the expansion of services as a electrical contractor. So we have a lot of equipment that we want and tools and wire and things like that to store. But outside of that, there is a shortage of materials, as everyone knows, in the building sector. So a lot of times we'll have to pre-order equipment for installations throughout the year. and we don't have any space in our office to store those. They take up quite a lot of space, solar panels, batteries, etc. So having a place to stage those installs so that we can actually have the equipment ordered in advance, put aside for them so that it doesn't delay our installations. If I have an install in 2 weeks, my product isn't available for 6 to 8 weeks, which means now I can't install for 6 to 8 weeks. If I can pre-order and put aside, it'll allow me to supply this equipment for the balance of the year for all the projects that we have on the go. So it would be really, really helpful to have a place to do that.
Okay, thank you. John, did you want to add anything to what the two ladies already said?
They spoke pretty articulately and laid out the situation pretty well. We're very pleased to have Halliburton Solar and Wind on the Abbey Gardens site. They are rent payers, and that helps us a lot to have someone occupying that beautiful building. But it is small, and so we're concerned about storage for them. We are also, as Ashley has indicated, very, very keen to expand our own facilities for storage. Hailing back to the Larry Hewitt ownership days, there are some kind of sheds invisible from the road and invisible until you actually know where they are and go and find them on a little road near the where the retreat center is now. And those have capacity for renovation and renewal and expansion and so on, which we can talk with you about at a later time. But there is potential capacity, is what I'm saying, that within, as Ashley has said, within the next 2 to 3 years, we're hoping that we can have more permanent storage space available. Things are going well with Abbey Gardens. We're very grateful for the council's support over this, what is it? Is it 10 or 12 years now? And our whole team is just very, very pleased to be there doing what they're doing and providing to Halliburton what it provides.
Okay, thank you so much, John. And Ashley, congratulations on your new role, and Carolina on your new ownership of a successful business. So have Jeff on the call because I just want to hear from Jeff. He can advise us clearly that it has to come to council as it's a request because 1, Abbey Gardens is under site plan control, and 2, CCANs are not permitted. So I'll turn it over to Jeff, and then I'll turn it over to the council to see how we want to deal with this request.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have not prepared a report on this, so I'm happy to answer any questions council has on the matter. As mentioned by Ashley, the lands are zoned highway commercial exception zone, which isn't currently permitted, doesn't currently permit contained outdoor storage. So that's driven by section 3.5 of the zoning bylaw, which states that the storage of goods and merchandise in containers is only permitted in the industrial zone. So if council has any questions, I'm happy to provide any direction or try and answer them for you.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. As well as I mentioned, because of Abbey Gardens location and et cetera, it's under site plan control. So, so definitely the request is temporary, but just to be clear, the request is for 3 CCANs. It could, because all we were included in our package was a letter from each of your organizations. It didn't say I assumed 1 each, but you're requesting 3.
So we have one in our parking lot at the hub, and it's been there for years, and none of us know when it arrived.
Oh.
I mean, John might remember, but so we just wanted, since we were talking about this, to run that one by you, because if you've ever shown up, you've probably noticed it.
And your request also is for 3 years. So that's something that council can discuss. Councillor Smith, I saw a hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, so I think Jeff has covered it. And Jeff, maybe Would it be possible, is it from a timeliness point of view, for you to bring a report to, May Committee of the Whole, that council could deal with, the outcome of that at our May council meeting, so that these organizations could learn if we have a way to give them a temporary approval, and help them deal with the COVID challenges and that sort of thing. And it could be for 2 or 3 years, and then we can re-examine it down the road if it turns out to be the kind of attraction that Ashley and John pointed out. Maybe we'll want to leave a CCAN there for years to come, because people are flocking to Haliburton to see the innovative approach. But I think, to the mayor's point, we need a report and a recommendation we could deal with and kind of understand the implications of amending the site plan. So could you do that in May?
Just to be clear, Councillor Smith, I wasn't actually I wasn't actually recommending a report. I brought Jeff in and sort of said what I thought he was going to say, which is they're under site plan control. So if there was anything ever considered permanent, that would have to be, we either waive site plan control or et cetera. And CCANs are not permitted under the zoning bylaw. So I already know that. I don't really need a report. I think we either deal with this request today, we can put a different time limit on it, we can say no, we can, we could say 2 years or something like that. But I don't think we need any further direction from staff at this point.
Okay.
Carolina from Solar and Wind has explained her dilemma is that she can't get stock in fast enough, and maybe as she grows her business, she would build a further storage unit. And same thing with Abbey Gardens, they would now take those 2 or 3 years of the temporary fix to investigate refurbishing some sheds or perhaps finding funds to build further storage containers. So I just hear from Councillor Donaldson.
So if we could do it now, then all the better, I guess.
We
Sure.
can do it
Yep.
now, and we don't have to. We can say no. We can say you get 2 CCANs. They're requesting 3 because the one is already there. So I get that, but we don't have to say 3 years. We could change that to 2 years and have council, so that it forces, no offense to the 2 people asking or the groups asking, but it would force it to come back to council to either renew the extension of the temporary CCANs or put them to the, force them to have to come up with a more permanent solution. So Councillor Donaldson next.
I just have a quick question for Jeff. How often does this happen, that request for the CCANs for businesses?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Not very often. I can recall one request that came to council back in 2017, but through the zoning process, I don't recall any request recently.
Okay, Councillor Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Thank you. Yeah, I support this in principle, and just wondering, the three cans, 2 years or 3 years. Is there a question for Jeff? Is there a potential that they could, I know they're highway and commercial, is there a potential that they could actually take a portion of their land and rezone it to industrial, but they would eventually come into compliance? Or does the whole property have to remain in the one? That's just a general question. I personally don't have an issue with them having CCANs on 300 acres. Sure, they can find a place that the public won't see them.
Well, thanks, Deputy Mayor. If the applicants actually wanted to submit an application to permit CCANs, I don't think staff would propose that the property be rezoned to industrial. I think we would propose to council that the current zoning, which is the highway commercial exception zone, permit contained outdoor storage. So instead of switching it to industrial, I think that's the process we would go. So yeah, that is an option. The zoning bylaw amendment would be the long-term solution here. However, both the official plan and the Planning Act also provide the option of a temporary use bylaw.
It'll be a lot easier that way.
Okay, yeah. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you to you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Ashley and Carolina. These are not normal times, and I think it's well recognized that supply chain is an issue, as is the ability to build anything for storage over the period of the next 2 to 3 years. I think what you've proposed is quite reasonable to maintain the interests of your businesses and also the economic interests of our community. I think that's good. The fact that you're taking the extra step to put some graphics on it to kind of make it blend in is quite admirable. I quite agree with that. But the fact that you're also putting a timeline on it with a 3 years with view to building something more permanent based on what you determine as to what your storage needs are is quite responsible. So thank you very much for that. And I can fully support what you're doing.
Okay, so that's great. So we've heard from a fefew. Oh, Councillor McKechnie, go ahead next.
Yeah, I have no problem with the CCANs under the 3-year term, but the one that's near that's visible, is there any chance that I don't think there's a mural on that one now. Could they dress that up a bit while they're doing that other one?
Yes, we would love to.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKechnie. So I think that there is support and to keep it at the 3 years. Is that what I'm hearing? Is there someone that wants to put that motion on the floor? Councillor Smith and Councillor Clark. Okay, just like lots of hands there. So I'm just going to change for. Okay, moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges receipt of the request from Abbey Gardens and Halliburton Solar and Wind for permission to place 3 CCAN storage units on site to support, to store supplies and equipment, and further grants permission for the 3 CCAN storage containers. Sorry, that's reading really funny, Mallory, but I'll just continue. To be stored on site until April 30th, 2024. Allowing 3 years for the construction of Abbey Gardens programming shelter. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Basically, it's 3 CCANs, 3 years. So, and that carries. Staff, Jeff, how will we flag that to remember if none of us are here? So through some mechanism that would be flagged, say in January of 2024, so that we don't wait for them to come back and ask or something. Like how do we flag that?
Thank you. I can advise enforcement staff so that they just have it on their radar, so that they can send a gentle reminder in a few years to Abbey Gardens.
Yeah, that would be great. Just otherwise, who knows the future. So we respect that it's the 3 years, but also maybe you guys will come to council first, but that way we're also keeping track of it at our end. We don't normally have something like this, so I don't know if it's something you can put on there, on the file somewhere. Okay. Well, thank you so much for the delegation, and like I said, Ashley, good luck in your new job. We'll see you at Abbey Gardens, and Carolina on your new purchase of the business. I'm sure you're keeping busy. And John, good to see you again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your support. Thank you. It's
Yep.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, so we'll just give staff a minute. We are just rolling along with our delegations right on time. I'm quite impressed today. This is good. And so we'll just wait till that delegation's off screen, and we were going to bring in our Integrity Commissioner, Harold Elston, whom we would have met way back at Pinestone seems an eternity ago. But it was really only a couple of years. I'll just wait till Harold comes on screen. And we also have Carly Emmett.
Andrea, we only have Harold.
Okay, that's great. It just said Carly as well on the thing, but I saw Harold come in, so we'll just wait till he's unmuted and on screen. Hello.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. Good to see everybody.
Good morning.
Your Worship, I do have Carly. She's a law student in my office, and we weren't sure whether she was going to be using the shared screen or whether that's something that Madam Clerk will handle or so.
Mallory,
I would do it for you, but my connection's so slow that I'd get cut out. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Is there anyone that can share over there?
Well, I can get Carly to sign on, and
Okay.
if, you may have to sort of give her some direction. She's kind of used to doing the shared screen, so.
Great.
Right.
I'll just stick my head out my door here and.
Okay, we'll give you a minute. Go ahead.
Sure. I suppose otherwise counselors could follow along in their package, but.
Okay, so I guess we will share a screen. It'll be the PowerPoint.
Is she logged into the meeting yet? Carly?
No, she hasn't logged in.
She'll be here.
So she has the Zoom link, Harold?
She has the Zoom link.
Okay.
And she's clicking on it now. So
Well, that's great. We'll give her a minute because Mallory had just suggested the counselors could follow along, but we probably have a lot of members of the public and also the press watching, and they may not have their agendas open as well. So
okay, thanks.
It's hey, seeing as we're on time today, it's like
yes, very well, very good. Yes,
early. So.
Well, your worship and members of council, this is Miss Emmett. So Carly's a law student working with me here in Collingwood, and we've done a few long LPAT hearings, and she's gotten the hang of the screen sharing stuff. So anyways, that's us.
Okay, well, welcome, Carly. So you can do that anytime, and we'll pull up the presentation of the report, and then Harold, you'll be speaking to it, I guess.
Yes,
Okay.
Thank you, your worship. There's sort of two parts of what I thought I would do today. One is, a fairly brief slide presentation, just sort of highlighting a couple of things that I find, council interested in. And then I have a report just sort of summarizing the last 2 years and a bit, what, I've been doing for you, and finally just, my thoughts on moving forward and how we're all coping. So Carly, do you want to put up the PowerPoint then? Do you have the screen sharing power now? Okay. So your worship, if everyone's said, I'll just work through this. I don't think it'll take me very long, and I'm just going to mostly summarize, but I find having the PowerPoint, it's just good for people to sort of see how I break down some of these things. So Carly, if you go to, I guess, the topics, the next slide. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about an overview, just the way I see municipal governments working. And then the second thing I'll talk about the various roles and responsibilities. So the role of council, the mayor, and then finally the integrity commissioner. I have a couple of quick slides on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. It really seems to be the main area where I get questions and people ask me for advice. And then at the end, just, living in Collingwood, we had an inquiry here, a judicial inquiry, and a very comprehensive report and some recommendations that I thought I could just touch on briefly. So if you want to go just to the overview, you probably have all heard the expression that municipalities are creatures of statute. And so you only have powers that are assigned to you under the Municipal Act. About 15 years ago, they sort of loosened the rules a bit. And now you'll see on your bylaws, there's a reference to municipalities having the powers and authority of a natural person, and they've sort of tried to get away from very strict, you can only do this and this and this. But at the same time, they've introduced the whole section on transparency and accountability. So you see codes of conduct, integrity commissioners, lobbyist registrars, those kind of things. So I think the province has been trying to balance it. You really have the four acts. the Municipal Elections Act, which is, I think you'd all be familiar with, mostly for the financial filing requirements there. Of course, the Municipal Act, which includes the part on transparency and accountability. The Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and then finally the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. So I won't say too much about MFIPA, but I always, it's important, I think, for members of council to realize that the municipality is an institution under the Act. Your records are, sort of accessible to the public unless there is some kind of an exemption that applies. So, always good to keep in mind that the things you write and reports, et cetera, are all, the starting point is they're available to the public. In the third bullet point here, I've tried to sum up everything that I do when I'm working with municipal government, and a bit of a sort of a way of capturing the sort of four main things. So councils are to govern as a whole. And of course, you all know that. You individually, you don't have a lot of management or any power. You make decisions as a whole. You have to make your decisions in a transparent and accountable way. So the public needs to be able to, first of all, see what you're doing, understand how you come to the decisions that you do, and to be held accountable for those. The decisions you make have to be free from conflicts and bias, which is the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act and your Code of Conduct and just generally the common law, in a respectful and honest manner. So trying to accomplish all four of those things is, challenging sometimes. The next point, I always want to stress that there is a real division of duties between elected officials and members of staff. And I'll go into that in a little more detail under my slide on roles. And the last point there, maintaining the public trust is paramount. So all the rules, whether it's the Code of Conduct, freedom of information, conflict of interest, to me, they all go towards making sure the public trusts you because they've appointed you, anointed you to make decisions on their behalf so they can get on with their lives and businesses. And so they have to trust what you're doing, and these rules are all in place to help that happen. Thanks, Carly. So the role of council in the next couple of slides, this will be familiar, I know, to you folks, straight from the Municipal Act. So council, and this is the group of you that as a whole, you of course represent the public and consider the well-being of the municipality. You develop and evaluate the policies and programs of the municipality. So this is your role as the sort of setting the agenda, deciding, what the goals are for the municipality, coming up with the broad policy regime and specific programs. But then, and you'll see in the next slide, you turn that over to staff, and they're the ones that implement your policies. You determine which services the municipality provides, so your budget exercise and everything that you have to prioritize and all come in a balanced way. Council is to ensure the accountability and transparency of the operations of the municipality. So you're the face, you're the governors of the municipality, and it is from you that people get a sense of your accountability and the transparency in what you're doing. And then finally, maintain the financial integrity of the municipality. So above all, well, I shouldn't say above all else, but in conjunction with all your other roles, you have to keep an eye on the financial integrity of the municipality. So those are your role as a whole. There's a next slide, I believe, is on the role of head of council. So the Municipal Act, it says that one of the roles of council, the head of council, is to be the chief executive officer of the municipality. And then it assigns some functions to the head of council as the CEO. And I think of it as more the promoter of the municipality. So you're trying to get people involved, you're trying to get people excited, you want people to be out participating. And so as the CEO, it's sort of a promotional role. Head of council presides over council meetings, and the words they use here, efficiently and effectively. So you want to run the council meeting in a way that's, efficient, effective. We all know there are some issues that we can really get bogged down in, and sometimes sessions go a long time, very late. Providing leadership to council, representing the municipality at official functions. And the last one is one that I'm finding is very useful. So to provide information and recommendations to council with respect to the role of accountability, transparency, practices, and procedures. And I found that over the last couple of years, increasingly I have mayors or reeves or wardens come to me and say, we're struggling with this. Is there any way you can either come and speak to us, or can you write me a letter and sort of, remind us of how these things all work and everybody's roles. So it's actually, an important role for the head of council, your worship, to be in this leadership role and having the responsibility to provide advice. The role of staff, so these are your officers, directors, employees. So the first one, to implement council's decision and establish the practices. So you folks set the course, and then you hand it off to your staff, who are professionals, who are trained, and they have expertise, so they can take your policy decisions and put them in practice. The second important function that the Act assigns to staff is to undertake research and provide advice to council. So, you're familiar with somebody comes forward and makes an application or is requesting that council undertake some kind of programs. Your staff are the folks that you provide direction to, and it's their job to get back to you with the research and advice. And it's an important function for you because you need to have the best information you can before you to make the best decisions. So an important function there. And then, of course, to carry out any other duties that you assign to them. So then next is the role of a counselor. And I think that for me, the most important thing here is the Municipal Act does not say anything about the role of a counselor. And I think that's by design, because counselors independently don't really have duties. Now that the province has its guide for counselors, and it says you're a representative, of course, a policy maker, but as part of a bigger group, and a steward. So whether it's financial, accountability, transparency, environmental, steward, but as part of council as a whole. So you're public officials, elected officials, but you don't really have any management powers. And so this is where the roles, have to be careful that you don't have a member of council who is taking on too much of a management role. And sometimes it can work well, but sometimes it can cause a conflict. So, and it's difficult because a lot of counselors have experience in public works or planning or finance. And so you bring to the table your own experience and skills, which is important. But when you're dealing with your professional advisors, you just have to bear in mind, be respectful of everybody's different roles. So then my role, the first thing I always like to stress is that I'm independent. So you were gracious enough to appoint me as your integrity commissioner a couple of years ago now. But I am an independent person appointed under the Municipal Act. The next thing that's important to understand is that whether I'm providing advice or conducting an inquiry, they're confidential. So the Municipal Act makes it very clear that any information that comes to my attention during the course of an inquiry or in providing advice, I'm to keep it secret. They actually use the word secret, with some exceptions. So there are exceptions where it's necessary for me to reveal some of the confidences. And I always try, whether I'm dealing with a complaint or a request for advice, I review the confidential nature of what I'm doing. The third one is that I report to council in open session. So we're used to open and closed sessions. You're used to the exception that lets you go into closed session to deal with a report about a person and to deal with their personal circumstances. But my report, should I get a complaint and make a report to council, it's delivered in open session. And, clearly it's the accountability part of things, that if there is some question or challenge to what somebody on council has done, the whole municipality can see my report, and I often attend to present it. The next duty I have is to apply the code of conduct and other ethical rules. So advice under the code, complaints under the code. To a lesser extent, your procedural bylaw has sort of ethical rules and things that I can sometimes have a look at. And I apply the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. So this is probably the most active part of the advice I give people wondering whether they have a conflict or not. And I provide advice. So I apply the code and the act, but I also provide advice on it, which I find to be the most sort of rewarding and fulfilling role for me, is to actually be able to assist, provide advice, and say, you're okay, you don't have a conflict, or you do have a conflict, and here's what you have to do. I have an educational role, so I do get calls from the public. What's an integrity commissioner? What's the code? Is this something you deal with? And a lot of times it's beyond my jurisdiction. People, I don't think have it's a pretty new role, and people are always sort of curious as exactly what I do. So I do get calls from the public. Thanks, Carly. Just a couple of things on advice. Your advice to me has to be in writing, but I've sort of fallen into a practice of just speaking with people first. Just so member of council will call me and say, I'm worried that I have a conflict because my brother-in-law owns this piece of land or whatever it is. And so I like to just talk it through with the member, and then I say, okay, can you boil this down, put it in writing for me? And then my answer comes back in writing. And it's confidential, but it's not the same kind of privilege that solicitor-client privilege, which you folks are used to. I'm used to it in my other role as a lawyer. So I can't release the advice I've given you unless you give me your written consent. Or if you only release part of the advice that I've given you. So if I write a 5-page letter and someone kind of is selective and takes one paragraph and that's the paragraph that appears in the local newspaper or, whatever online information, news source you have, I can respond. If I think that, taking that paragraph out of context is a bit misleading, then I have the ability to come forward and correct it. I've never had to do it. I've never had anybody, try and sort of, selectively take parts from my advice. Although I have an obligation to keep things confidential, there are some exceptions. So for the purposes of a public meeting under 223.418, so if I decide to call a public meeting, then information is going to become public. If I suggest that an application needs to be made to a judge, so this is under the Conflict of Interest Act is the only time that would come up. So if I get a complaint and I start my investigation and I think this is a very serious conflict of interest and it should be dealt with by a judge, then I can make an application to court and whatever information that I think is necessary for the judge to be able to make a proper decision, I'm allowed to release. And then finally, in the written reasons. So if I get a complaint and I write a report and I present it to you, I'm always trying to strike a balance to making sure that the public and council understands what happened, what are the facts, and what policies I brought to bear on those facts and why I think there was or wasn't a breach of the code. So in doing that, sometimes it's necessary for me to release some information. So just again, and I've touched on this, my inquiries are confidential with exceptions. Sometimes you get a complaint, you start an investigation, and it's starting to look like maybe there was something criminal that happened. So the act is very clear. I put my pen down and I refer it to the appropriate authorities. So generally, in the parts of Ontario where I do this work, it's the Ontario Provincial Police. So there are sort of times when I realize that something else is happening beyond my fairly narrow jurisdiction. So I've just listed some of the common complaints I get. So people will complain to me that a member of council has a conflict of interest, either a pecuniary one or a personal one. People complain about conduct, intimidating, abusive, bullying behavior. In a sort of related topic, I get questions about conduct at council and committee meetings, the sort of whole decorum and respect component. And then conduct respecting municipal employees. This is such an important relationship between members of council and staff. And if it's not kind of working in harmony, it can present some very difficult situations. So what I like to say, it's in council's best interest to have a staff that feels protected, that feels they can come forward and give you their best advice based on their experience and professional training. and you folks can decide. You don't always have to accept their advice, but to me, it seems you need to hear the best sort of sort of biased advice that your staff can give you, which means they have to have the confidence that there's not going to be any attack on their professionalism or their reputation. Another big one is the improper use of influence. So once you are a member of council, you have a different standing in your communities, and you can use it to do a lot of good, and that is by far the majority. Sometimes there are occasions where members of council will try and use the fact of their office to gain some kind of a private advantage. So always very careful looking out for that. And then finally, the disclosure of confidential information. I've had a couple of complaints, and it's not just what you deal with in closed session. Of course, you know that your discussions there are all protected, but also just being in and around the municipal office, talking to staff, talking to other councillors, you become aware of things that the other residents are not aware of. And so you always just have to, think twice. How did I come, to know this? And is this something that I can release to the public, or is this something that I have to keep confidential? So some of the common ones. Then the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and sorry, you're getting a real crash course in all this today, but I know you're going to get some other training coming up from Madam Clerk tells me so. The Municipal Conflict of Interest Act is something that I find, especially new councillors, often people who are very involved in their communities and have been involved in different initiatives and groups, and they're a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and they're volunteer firefighters, and they're very, much a part of their community. And so the starting point is the 4 principles that the Act sets out. So here's what the province of Ontario has told you and me, the important principles. So the first one is the importance of integrity, independence, and accountability in local government decision-making. 2, the importance of certainty in reconciling the pecuniary interests of members. And so the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act only deals with pecuniary or financial interests. The 3rd, members are expected to perform their duties with integrity and impartiality in a manner that will bear close scrutiny. So the residents are entitled to have a look at and understand the decisions you're making and what interests you have that may be involved. But then the 4th one, they acknowledge that there is a benefit to municipalities and local boards to have members with a broad range of knowledge and who continue to be active in their own communities, whether in business, profession, community association, and otherwise. And so this is often the most difficult challenge for someone who has a business, contributes, to be told, well, you have to step out of the room for that discussion when it's something they're passionate about. It may have led them to get elected in the first place. And so I think it is the province's way of saying, we don't want this act to be a complete impediment to your ability to continue to help your communities. But it's a bit of a sort of a balance. Section 5, of course, this is the main rule. Whether you've got a direct or indirect pecuniary interest, you have to disclose that interest. You can't take part in the discussion, you can't vote, and you can't try and influence the vote. So, and you know that there are now there are forms that you have to fill out, and the municipality keeps a registry, so somebody can go I guess, look at the binder at the front desk and see everybody's conflict. So it's a very public disclosure. I just very briefly to talk about, really, to me, there's three kinds of interests you can have. So your direct pecuniary interest is clear. You own that piece of property and you're trying to rezone it. So that's a very direct one. The Act defines what an indirect pecuniary interest is. So if you're a shareholder, director, senior officer of a company that does not offer its securities to the public. So if you're shareholder, director, officer of a private company, that company's interest is indirectly your interest. The second one, you have a controlling interest in, or you're a director or senior officer of a public company. So this doesn't come up as much. You can own shares in the Royal Bank and still deal with the Royal Bank rezoning application as long as you don't have a controlling interest in the Royal Bank. The third one is the most difficult one and catches a lot of people's outside activity. The member is a member of a body that has a pecuniary interest in the matter. So a body is not defined. I think the way the cases have looked at it, they give it a pretty broad reading. So if you're on the Chamber of Commerce or the Rotary Club, that is considered to be a body. And if the Rotary Club, has a pecuniary interest in something before council, then you have an indirect interest and you have to disclose that. The fourth one, you're a business partner of a person or you work for somebody that has a pecuniary interest in the matter. So if you work at Home Depot and Home Depot is coming for rezoning, you have to disclose that. And then the final type of interest is what they call a deemed interest. So the pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, of your parents, your spouse, or any of your children is deemed to be your pecuniary interest. So if your daughter owns the shopping center, you own the shopping center from a decision-making conflict of interest perspective. So the interesting thing here, and this may change, you'll notice the one sort of relationship that's missing is siblings. So your parents, your spouse, your children, but not your brothers and sisters. So right now, at least from a pecuniary and conflict of interest act, it's quite appropriate for you to vote on your sister's rezoning, your brother's investment in a local business. And I think that's something that we'll see change. And of course, that was a bit of the problem in Collingwood, and I'll get to that. The exception. So this is what they've tried to take the harshness and the strictness out of the act by saying, like, okay, we recognize there's going to be situations where you have a direct or indirect pecuniary interest or a deemed interest, but it's still okay for you to participate. So I think there's 6 or 7 exceptions, and I've just sort of picked on the 3 key ones here. So the first one is for your allowance, your salary, any honorarium, remuneration, any benefit. So it's perfectly fine. The most obvious pecuniary interest you can have is one of the exceptions. So you folks are allowed to, vote on a salary increase or a bonus or a new benefit kind of thing. The second one, and this is the one that is, the most interesting, by reason of the member having, pecuniary interest, which is an interest in common with electors generally. So even though you may have an interest and a pecuniary interest in the water rate, so does everybody else. And so when you have that kind of a common interest, you're allowed to vote. And you'll see I've put a little asterisk there. There's a definition of an interest in common. Means a pecuniary interest in common with the electors within the area of jurisdiction, and where the matter under consideration affects only part of the area of jurisdiction, means pecuniary interest in common with the electors within that part. So where this comes up, commonly in Parry Sound, Muskoka, Haliburton, is to do with seasonal roads. So, for example, if you're on council and you live on a seasonally maintained road, if there's 30 of you on the road and there's a motion before council to convert it to a year-round maintained road, there's a good chance that you would be able to participate in that discussion under this exception, as having an interest with everybody else on the road. Now it gets tricky if you're the only one on the road, or if there's only two people on the road. So it'll depend on the facts. And then the last exception, and I think this was, thrown in because judges are very reluctant to unseat somebody. If someone has been duly elected to sit on council, in Dysart et al., a judge is very, very concerned about having to take that away. So I think this is where you see judges using it, because some applications under the Conflict of Interest Act can still go to court. So they say, you're accepted from the rules of disclosure if you have an interest which is so remote or insignificant in its nature that it cannot reasonably be regarded as likely to influence you. So it's not just remote, insignificant, but it has to be so remote, so insignificant that nobody would think you voted a certain way because of that interest. People would say that councillor's interest is just so trivial, so small, I don't think she or he voted in for any other reason other than it's good for the municipality. So, but that's where you see a lot of cases where judges will try and, use that to say nobody would really think this person's vote would be changed because of that. So the Collingwood inquiry, don't know whether you know the sort of background or facts, but just very quickly, there were some sales. The town of Collingwood sold 50 or 51%, I always forget, of their local power distribution company. And turns out, there were some irregularities in the sale. There were some relationships that maybe weren't right. And so Collingwood, on its own initiative, asked for an investigation. So, and this would have been the 2014-2018 council. So not the current council, but the council before, asked to have a judge come in and conduct an inquiry about things mostly that happened in 2010 to 2014. So, so we had a judge, Justice Morocco, a very experienced, just excellent judge, was with us here in Collingwood for must have been over 6 months, and it was televised. There were many witnesses, and at the end of it all, Justice Morocco produced a report, 1,000 pages, and he came up with 306 recommendations. And we're starting to see at the province that some of these are getting attention. There's some proposed legislation that would sort of implement some of them. There were 2 multi-million-dollar transactions, and what Justice Morocco said was there were undisclosed conflicts, unfair procurements and lack of transparency that stain both transactions, leading to troubling concerns. So serious financial costs, serious reputational cost, but he made some interesting recommendations, and I'll just, maybe the next slide, Carly. So they're talking about a significantly enhanced role for integrity commissioners. And I guess the thinking is that if maybe there had been, if there was an integrity commissioner then, and if they had significant powers, maybe people could have got advice, maybe some of these problems could have been avoided. A second recommendation, and I have trouble believing this will be put into play, but he's recommending that members of council every year have to disclose your financial interests. So much like the way your provincial and federal counterparts have to make that disclosure. And it just seems to me it's a different situation in smaller communities. I think that might dissuade some people from coming forward. He talks about conflict of interest and codes of conduct being applicable to staff. So, because of course, right now they're not. So sometimes there will be guidelines and rules for your staff, but there's no statutory requirement that they have rules dealing with both conflicts and codes of conduct. And I think probably because it was a problem at the CAO level in Collingwood, and relationships there that, you know, proved to be kind of problematic. So he'd like to see expanded provisions on gifts, favors, benefits, disclosure of confidential information. So I'm not sure whether your code, I haven't looked at it recently. Some codes have very detailed lists, like this gift is okay, you can take a ball cap, but you can't take a trip to Florida, and sort of itemizes. And I think he saw that as, because I think there was a lot of, you know, sort of gifting and bestowing of benefits that were related to council's decision that were not good. And a restriction on former councillors and staff from working as lobbyists. So an interesting, you know, sort of take on that, because we see it all the time. Somebody is someone's director of, you know, communications, and then the next thing you know, they're in a lobbying firm. So some kind of control on that. And then a broader definition of family. So this goes back to, and because the mayor's brother was a prominent and well-connected person, and seemed to be the agent on behalf of a lot of applicants and behind, you know, sort of a lot of the decisions that council was making. And because the municipal conflict of interest didn't deem your siblings' interest to be yours, the mayor was able to continue, you know, her work as mayor, lead discussions, vote, try and influence the vote on things where her brother was the agent for the applicant. So I think that it just seems like an obvious, you know, sort of gap there. And some more recommendations there. One of the interesting one, he was worried about the relationship between the mayor and the CAO. And he talks about limiting the CAO's term to 6 years. I think that would be a difficult thing to do, but you know, he was concerned about that relationship. A lot of recommendations to do with procurement. Of course, that's where I think municipal governments, it's the hardest stuff. You're most exposed. People are always looking for, you know, sort of hidden interests and relationships. So I think that was all I had on my presentation. I don't know how I'm doing for time, Your Worship.
Well, that it's okay. You went through that in detail, and it's important because since our presentation way back, I was saying to us a couple of years ago when you came to Pinestone to all the townships, and then we all accepted you as our integrity commissioner. We haven't really had a report like this, so don't worry about the time. I know I had a few questions, but there might be some questions. I'll kick it off then if I can.
Sure.
So the Collingwood inquiry, you said like some of the recommendations have been made, and such as having an integrity commissioner, and so where are the rest of them? As an example, what you just talked about is defining roles or of the and that type of thing, and also expanding the family relationships, because family means a whole lot of things now. In fact, I would think any intimate relationship would be a conflict, and also having staff declare conflict, which we actually did at Dysart. I was just remembering we had a staff member who was rezoning her own property, and she's in the planning department, and so she completely excused herself, left the room, the whole everything, as if she was a member of council. So they're doing that anyway. So where are these recommendations going? Who's going to take them forward and filter through them?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Well, they're at the province, and there is a bill, and I have to confess I haven't read it, so I'm not sure, but I think some of them are in, it's an act to amend several acts. And so some of these recommendations are surfacing in one form or another there. The rest, I think, are being studied. Ministry of Municipal Affairs has an awful lot of very, very bright people working there. And as an integrity commissioner, I've gone down with other integrity commissioners, met with them. And so I think it's really just working its way through the staff at Queen's Park. They were released in November. So in the scheme of things, pretty recent.
Absolutely, and if everybody's got their plates full of COVID related things. So, okay, I'm going to open it up to the floor and see if there's other questions for Mr. Elston. Anybody, any thoughts there, even from staff? Tamara? Nothing? Anything from you, Tamara?
Not off the top of my head. I think it's more for council to ask if they have any questions regarding things they've experienced, maybe if they have any questions. Or
no, I think it's been very helpful. As you say, we do have some other training coming up. But one of the things I didn't know, when you say refining roles of mayor and CAO bracket 6-year term, does that mean that a mayor can only run for 6 years? No,
I think if Your Worship, I think as I was reading it, I thought I haven't kind of made this very clear. It's just the CAO they were thinking. I think they wouldn't limit. Well, I guess they could, but yeah, I think the intent was the CAO and the mayor can sometimes just be working a bit too closely. And so what ends up happening is people, developers, farm representatives, environmentalists, they meet with the CAO and the mayor, and that's it. That's, they think they've got council's support or whatever. And so I think there's just concern about that relationship, especially interacting with, if there's something that municipality is going to buy or sell.
I'm also glad that you said that it was that you were questioning councillors to annually disclose all their private financial interests. I think that's certainly in a municipality of our size or any smaller size municipality, I cannot see the purpose of that whatsoever. We know our rules. If I own a lumber company and we're tendering out and my lumber company wanted to bid on a project, I know what I have to do. But to disclose all of your financial interests didn't seem to make sense to me. So I do see a question from Councillor Clark and then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, it's for you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Olson, very, very informative. It's a lot of territory there you've covered, and something perhaps we should have seen back, or would have been nice to see back in the early stages rather than getting towards the end of our term. anyways, one area of concern is where you're talking about the 6-year term with a smaller community. That I think that would be very problematic. The idea of having, people within the community with a skill set that our CAO has, for example, these are pretty rare, and to drag somebody up from the city kicking and screaming to do the job would not be good. But anyways, there are a few little things there, but thank you. That was very much a thumbnail, and I feel very much in the key points, and well done. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
And a question from Councillor Smith.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Errol. Just, one aspect of this member of a body is interesting. I'll use our community as an example because I give some money to the Land Trust. I become a member of the Land Trust. We had an item on the agenda earlier today with respect to Land Trust, brought a topic forward. Same thing could apply with respect to a lake association. I'm sitting here on a lake, and in fact, you'll recall a conversation you and I had some time back where I said, well, there's 600 people, there's 1,000 people on this lake, and joining the lake association is something that, you have a choice. You can do it the same way with giving money to the Land Trust. Just because you're a member, in theory, quote, member is the way they define it. I just want to confirm the perspective you give me in the past. That's not a conflict, by any definition, because, when you make donations to different groups, they like to be you to be a member, right? And yet I've never declared a conflict of interest with respect to the Land Trust. I have no other involvement other than contribute money. The same thing with the Lake Association. And I just wanted to confirm again, for the benefit of all, those sorts of activities don't make us a member in the context of your Municipal Conflict of Interest Act.
Well, thank you, Councillor Smith, and through you, your worship. I think the way this, and only lawyers could have set it up this way. So if you're a member of the association, you probably have an indirect pecuniary interest, but then you're saved by the exception that says, but your interest is like everybody else on Drag Lake, so it's okay. So that's the way you kind of back into it. So if you're a member of a body, that, you're going to have an indirect pecuniary interest, but is it, are one of or more of the exceptions available to you? And so that's how it comes in. Now, you could be a member of a lake association, and you might have the longest dock on Drag Lake. And if there's a bylaw coming forward about long docks, and that's just kind of being silly, but there could be a situation where, yeah, you're a member of the lake association, but you're not in the same boat as everybody else. So you almost have to look at it on the case by case basis.
Yes, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, you are, but I would lean to, if you make a donation to something or you're a broad member, you're not on the executive. You're not part of you're not a director of that organization. That would be, if you were on the Land Trust as one of the board of directors, I think that would be a different situation of that body. But if you're, I've donated to that too. That doesn't make me necessarily you know what I mean? Just as Mr. Elston said, It's very, very broad. Okay, one final question. We're going to go to break after this. I'm sure everybody's ready to do that. So Councillor McKechnie, and then we'll break.
Yes, I was just wondering, in your presentation there, you were talking about council harassing staff. What would be a situation where you could describe that, please?
Sure.
Where I could get myself in trouble.
Yes, thank you. Through you, your worship. I'll give you a real example. In Kincardine, where I'm the integrity commissioner, there was a complaint made to me by the building official inspector. A councillor was very aggressive, very upset about some decisions that were made, charged back into the staff, the public works department, the building department, and was threatening the staff member. And he made a complaint to me, and it was a full report. So that was an extreme example where a counselor was, quite abusive to that staff member. And of course, it threw everybody in the whole department off because I am all for council and staff working together, but as long as everyone's respectful of their roles and doesn't try and sort of even influence, let alone harass or abusive. But again, it'll just depend on sort of the facts. The other part of it is, and I'm not sure how you set it up in Dysart, but there's often sort of a kind of a chain of command. So it's problematic if a counselor goes to a very junior person in the building department trying to get a building permit issued. So probably you have some kind of a system where counselors go through either the director of the department or through your CAO, and then it's funneled to the proper channels. It's that direct, a senior member of council going directly to often a junior staff member that just puts them in a terrible position. So it can be, who's talking to whom, and it can also be how did the conversation go? What was the tone of the conversation?
Okay, Councillor McKechnie, did the councillor have to apologize?
Yes, you were.
Because I think what Councillor McKechnie is saying too is so what? Like, then what are the consequences? What happens? We make a complaint, or someone says, that this is against the code of conduct, or they breached this or that. Then what? So was there a formal apology? Just curious.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Well, I think apologies are tricky, and so I've been doing this for about a dozen years now, and I found that unless the respondent counselor says to me, like, I'm so sorry about this, I'm happy to make an apology, I don't usually recommend apologies, because I in the past I've recommended an apology and either they don't do it, and then what are you going to do, or they make kind of a half-hearted apology and everybody's going, come on, and then I get a complaint the apology wasn't any good. So there's reprimands and there's suspension of pay. And so there was a suspension of pay there, and some other measures that council imposed I hadn't recommended, but things that
okay,
councilor. So, but I think, and I won't keep you, the really important thing, and this is the way I try and explain it, is you folks need to have the best advice coming from your staff. And the way you can be assured is, for lack of a better way, they're not afraid. They know that a particular councilor or the mayor is really supporting this project or whatever it is, but in their professional view, it's not a good idea. They need to be able to come and tell you that, and without fear of, repercussions or any kind of a reprimand. And then you folks can decide, you'll make the best decisions if you have staff coming to you uninhibited, unreserved, telling you what they think. And that's how you're going to make the best decisions. If you don't sort of help yourself, if staff, and I know this doesn't apply in Dysart, but some places staff get a little puck shy, and so you don't want that.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your presentation today, and good questions from councillors, etc. Thank you, Carly, for clicking on the screen for Mr. Elston. That's great. I do have a resolution to receive the annual report. If I could, Councillor Donaldson and Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges receipt of the annual report from Dysart et al.'s Integrity Commissioner, Harold Elston. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Elston. At this point, we're going to take a 15-minute break. So I can't see the time on that. So we will reconvene at 10 after 11. And I just ask councillors to make sure you're muted and your screen is off, and we'll see you back at 10 after 11. Thank you.
Huh? Oh, dear. That's painful. It's just a joke.
Well, you're not muted. Make sure you mute yourself.
Hey, me?
Okay, thank you. We're back from our break. I'm just waiting for Councillor Wood Roberts and Councillor McKechnie. Thank you very much to join back in the meeting. I know 15 minutes goes pretty quickly. However, we do have quorum and the first item up, so I will start. I see Councillor Wood Roberts. It's still not on screen, but that's okay. We will go to the reports from local agencies and boards. So first up is the Harcourt Community Hall Board. Anything to report, Councillor Donaldson?
Nope, I don't have anything. They haven't done any meetings yet.
Okay. Do they have the capacity to try to do a Zoom format, or if they wanted to, could we support them at council? We have an account. If they want to do a group meeting, perhaps you can message them that.
I will check and see.
Yeah, because Dysart does have a Zoom account, so that might be the stumbling block for them not to meet in this format.
I will check with the
Okay,
secretary.
great, thanks. West Guildford Hall Board, they have met. Councillor Smith?
Yes, you've got the minutes there from the February meeting. We also met at the end of March prior to the latest COVID restrictions. Meeting that would have normally happened last night did not happen because of the COVID restrictions. But in terms of activities, well, obviously the pickleball had to be shut down. The indoor pickleball had to be shut down with the latest COVID restrictions. I think as reflected in these minutes, the decision was made not to proceed with a Canada Day celebration this year. I think that's about it from the key status. We'll restart probably, hopefully the meeting at the end of May would be our next scheduled meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Being clear by then.
Yeah, we can only keep hoping. I have a motion to receive the minutes, if I could. Anyone? Councillor Smith, Councillor Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the February 22nd, 2021 West Guildford Hall Board minutes. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Thanks. Anything from the BIA?
How about Rails End?
Did I miss? Oh, sorry, pardon me. I looked,
Anyway.
Go ahead, Councillor Clark, pardon me.
There's one of the early things there on the report of note is the fact that the Toronto Star on some of the craft stuff that's happening, which was great PR for Haliburton Village. Similar to what's happening elsewhere, though, is the stuff that we're seeing with the lockdown has impacted again most of the operations there. So what they're doing is they're doing a lot more. They're back onto the online type of programming again. Which covers everything from some of the youth programming, ukuleles, drum circle, books on film, that kind of thing. So they're still quite active in the community, but using other format. Starting program or plan for programming in the summer. Again, there'll be more of an outdoor focus on both, smaller scale down exhibits, but also some outdoor sketching and that kind of thing, and some quite a bit happening around some of the youth programming with that, which is very, very positive for the community. So anyways, so things are happening there, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, I skipped that. It's just hard to, I just didn't look in order. I commend them for continuing to make what they do and try to pivot and get their message out and keep their members engaged. It's very just frustrating. I do need a mover and seconder to receive the Rails End report, if I could. So Councillor McKechnie, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges receipt of the April 21st Rails End Gallery and Arts Centre report. All in favor? And that carries. And now we'll move to the BIA.
I was unable to attend the last meeting because I was at work and I unfortunately didn't get a copy of the minutes. Robert is attending the meeting tonight for discussion about the parking fines and the online parking app that he's proposing. There's some discussion about the banners and the flowers and stuff, and using a partnership with the municipality for that. Unsure whether Midnight Madness is going to go ahead. They're tentatively planning it, and they're actually going to try to plan a map of downtown to put up somewhere in town to say where all the businesses are and a little more direction for people.
Oh, great. Okay, good. Thank you for that. Anything from Harvest Halliburton, Councillor Clark? I don't think not able to meet, and the health unit's swamped. So
Yeah, and it's our intention not to reconvene until sometime in June.
Right, that makes sense.
July would be probably the first point of providing an update on Harvest Halliburton.
Okay, and next is the source protection planning, and I believe Deputy Mayor Kennedy, you said you did have something to report.
Yes, Dysart is not actually on the board of directors of the source protection group because we don't have a municipal water system, but we are part of the headwaters. So basically we only attend an annual meeting, and that is just we did a review of the draft annual report, and that the overall progress is that we're in an excellent position moving forward on a number of initiatives. And I've asked for the municipal, the Dysart report, and I'll table that at some point in the future. One thing of note that I did note out of it, the intake protection zone, they're going to start doing some increased salt monitoring in those areas. I'm not sure what that means, but in any areas where there's over more than 10% salt in the winter sand, they're going to do enhanced monitoring. Well, we don't have that in Dysart. Checking with Rob, ours is about 3%, just enough to keep the sand from freezing. So anyways, I just thought that was kind of interesting given the public concern over the amount of salt and the effects it does have. So hope to have the complete report as part of correspondence next month or whenever it's finally processed and out.
Great. Okay, thank you for that. And I joked before we got back on live about the Upper Trent management. I said, I've never seen such low water in the spring. So Councillor Smith, have you met? You're on.
We have not met since December, actually. And so all I can say, and there's been, a fair number of postings about this. I mean, the reality is we had little rain last fall. The grounds was very dry entering the winter season. We had less than typical amounts of snow, and frankly, April showers. I know today's the 27th, and there's a bit of drizzle outside today, but April showers have been largely absent. So the lakes are low because of Mother Nature's behavior. And previous meetings of the Upper Trent Water Management Partnership, all the experts tell us this is the reality of our future. Climate change is driving this change. We will see more serious rainstorms this summer than we typically see, but unfortunately, this is just a reality, as I said, of climate change.
Yep, little scary to see the mud flats where the river should be. Thank you for that report. Lastly is the Haliburton Village Bioenergy Corporation, and there's nothing to report at that time, right now today. So we'll move on to recommendations from the Committee of the Whole. The recommendations are there from our last meeting, so I'm just going to look for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith.
Just before we vote on those,
Absolutely.
a question, clarification. Recommendation number 2, the second part says further that any required funds for this initiative be taken from the Municipal Modernization Fund. I just want to clarify or confirm that no funds will be spent prior to another report coming back to council in terms of the business case associated with electric vehicles charging stations. Is that correct?
Mara?
Sorry, pardon me. We're coming, at this point, we've been looking at the locations for the chargers and focusing on the details of the infrastructure. We don't have a lot of the details we need at this point to do a full analysis. We've been working with the county climate change coordinator and our staff to find the appropriate locations and get the work done and get meter boxes put in where they need to be to facilitate the work in the fall.
But I think the question is to the anything that for final decision making and where funds get pulled from and how much those funds are will come back to council for a decision before they can go forward. When you read that, it makes it sound like we've already decided, which we don't know how much it's going to cost yet. Is that correct, Councillor Smith? Is he a nod?
That exactly is the concern question. Just want to confirm that it will come back to council before we commit these installations.
I would just want to clarify with the county how it works with the grant and the partners and everything to answer that clearly. I can look back into that.
My understanding is what would happen is it would come back to council for a final decision, and then how we fund that, we have committed to the program, but then how we fund that will be, we were waiting back for more information. So I believe that it'll come back to council, either Committee of the Whole or council.
All right.
Yeah. So we're right now we're looking at those locations in terms of the power source, etc. Okay, so I did have moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that recommendations from the April 13th, 2021 meeting of the Dysart et al. Committee of the Whole be adopted by council. All in favor? And that's carried. And
Sorry, I have a question.
certainly.
Yeah, on recommendation 9, the Schedule D waste management fees. Yeah, like this is just like after looking at that for quite a long time, I just feel like it's way too many fees. Am I too late to discuss this? Like 28, we have 28 different types of fees there.
I don't know if I have staff on the call. Is the bylaw not coming forward later?
Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the bylaws on the Public Works.
Yeah,
I'll talk to you then about it.
That's what I was thinking. So that's the recommendations and the bylaw.
Sure.
That's I knew I saw it in there. Yeah, it's item E under Public Works. Okay, so you can speak to it then. So actually, did I say all in favor? Did I call a vote? Can't remember. COVID brain. I'll say it again just in case. All in favor? Thanks. I know I put the paper over there and I checked off that it was done. Okay, so moving along, that was the recommendation of Committee of Whole. Now we're going to go into planning and land information. So we're going to bring Jeff and likely Chris, I think, as well. Just wait till staff come into the meeting. Okay, is Chris joining us, Jeff?
Yes, Chris is.
Yes, Chris will be joining us today.
There we go. Okay, so the first item up is the MOU with Fleming College, and Jeff, I'll let you kick it off, and then I may speak to it a little bit myself. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. At the council meeting in March, council reviewed a draft memorandum of understanding between the municipality of Dysart and Sir Sanford Fleming College pertaining to land that will be gifted and conveyed for the purpose of a student housing development. At that meeting, council provided direction to update the memorandum of understanding and bring it back for approval. However, since that meeting, the municipal solicitor and the solicitor for the college have held discussions with regards to certain items in the MOU and have agreed upon some updated wording. Attached to the report is a letter for is a letter from the municipal solicitor and an updated draft memorandum of understanding which highlights 2 proposed changes. So staff requests direction concerning those 2 changes. If council wishes to proceed with them, council must set a valuation for the subject land as well as an inflation rate to be calculated annually. Once council has set those rates, staff can update the college and request confirmation that they agree with those values. Once confirmation is received, we can bring a bylaw back to council. However, alternatively, if council deems this matter more urgent, a bylaw is attached for council consideration, which is a bylaw to authorize the execution of that MOU. I should note that the memorandum of understanding attached to that bylaw includes one of the proposed changes, which is the proposed change related to the survey process. However, but it removes entirely the portion from the memorandum of understanding related to the valuation and municipal compensation process. So staff requests direction from council how to proceed, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, and before I open it up to the floor, I'd just like to add that I was in touch with Susan Connor last week discussing this matter, and I understand the original intent, and always the intent, is that the land is a gift, a gift to the school. And then there was concern that, well, what if it is no longer a school or the school ceases to exist? But here for me is that the zoning is the overarching risk management thing, as far as I can see, that proves, that secures rather to the municipality that it is, whether it's Fleming College or it is an ancillary building to the school. It cannot be out for any other purpose than that. And so coming up with a valuation is going to slow down this process incredibly. And also I don't see how any realtor or any person could come up with a valuation for it. Somebody could say it's priceless because it's parkland, and it wouldn't be, there's no comparable. When a realtor goes out and does an appraisal, they have to get comparables. There is no comparable. This is park. We know the value of it in our hearts and in our public interest, but I do not see how you can put a dollar value. So it is my suggestion, and I'll see if other people agree to this, that we take that section out. The concern was that if the school ceases to exist, well, if Fleming College ceases to exist, then it will still be either A, another school, or B, it must comply with the zoning. So my recommendation is we take that out, we accept the MOU as is, and we move forward. So I want you to also know, the rest of councillors, that the college to date has contributed significant funds to this project already. They're very excited to move this forward. They're very excited to take this to their board. They have artist rendering, which I have not seen, but they'll be taking that to their board at the end of May. And they're really excited to bring this project forward, and they know the sensitivity of the location, that it is in Glebe Park. They want to have something that's architecturally fits to Haliburton and to that park-like setting. So I'm going to open up to the floor, and we'll see other comments from other councillors. Councillor Clark first.
No, I support what you're saying, Madam Mayor. I think we don't want to add more complexity to this than what's required. And really the idea of trying to do evaluation on it is just a red tape, waste of time exercise. So thank you.
Okay, I'd like to really hear from everybody if possible. And if you agree, then we'll need a mover seconder. And but even if you agree, why? Did I see another hand? Deputy Mayor Kennedy, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you, Madam Mayor. I think the zoning is enough protection. And as far as trying to put a dollar value on this property, whatever we assess won't be correct 100 years from now. So I would just put my faith in the zoning that it stays as housing for education purposes, or however it's currently proposed to be zoned. So I would support that.
Okay, Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying there, what Pat just said and what Larry said. Let's get this project moving forward, and it's just a positive thing for our community. And so get it going, please. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else? Councillor Donaldson, like to speak to this?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with everybody as well.
Okay, so Jeff, for clarification in our package, that would be then moving the resolution to the second section, the second one. So correct?
The first and the third. So there's 3 paragraphs in the resolution provided. There is an or statement between the second and the third. So
that's, yeah.
The first one is just to accept the report. So it would be either the first and the second or the first and the third. So if you're looking to pass the bylaw, it would be the first and the third.
Correct. So do I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Clark, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the report pertaining to a memorandum of understanding between the municipality of Dysart et al. And Sir Sandford Fleming College of Applied Arts and Technology dated April 27, 2021 be received, and further that bylaw 2021-19 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a memorandum of understanding with Sir Sandford Fleming College of Applied Arts and Technology relating to the gift and conveyance of land for a student residence development on the lands of the municipality of Dysart et al. In part of Lot 15, Concession 9 in the geographic township of Dysart, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? And that's carried. Fantastic. Thank you. And I'm sure the college will be thrilled. And I look forward to them coming back to council and getting to see the pictures. And just to keep the rest of council informed, we're waiting to hear back from the ski club. They said that they would have some drawings for a new garage proposal. They're working with an architect I believe he's volunteering. He's a member of their organization, the ski club. And so we're looking forward to that, and all of that will be coming back to council as well. So we will move on to the next file, which is the lands of Mahood.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So this is for the lands of Mahood. It's a request to waive site plan control. The applicant is requesting, so the staff have received a request by the applicant who would like to construct a tennis court, a patio, and parking area on the subject property as shown on the attached sketch. The proposal will increase lot coverage on the property and will be constructed approximately 20-meter setback from the high water mark, with exception to a proposed patio, which is proposed within the water setback. Staff would note that as per the zoning bylaw, patios that are attached to the main building are permitted, but may not extend more than 3 meters into the minimum setback area. The proposed as submitted appears to meet the intent of the zoning bylaw, but staff will note that, however, it is always the owner's responsibility to ensure that their development is in compliance with the zoning when applying for a building permit. The applicant is requesting that council waive site plan control for the proposed development as the outline appears to be minor in nature. Just a little brief description of the property based on aerial photography and municipal building records. The information of the property is developed with the marina building that was built in approximately 1980. That includes the uses of a retail, shop, and storage area and docking marine facility on site. The property is relatively flat with a gentle slope from the lake. There's an open gravel area that was used for storage with little vegetation throughout the subject property. The surrounding lands are considered tourist commercial to the east with a residential use, rural to the south, and waterfront residential located across the bay on the northwest area from the subject property. Staff requests direction from council regarding the request to waive site plan control. If council decides to waive the site plan control, the conditions within the recommendation may be appropriate, which is including that the applicant provide further enhancement of the shoreline vegetation buffer area in order to reduce potential negative impact to the lake from stormwater runoff and erosion from the subject lands. Staff would also like to note that as outlined in the report, the applicant is proposing a planting strip along a portion of the parking area that's adjacent to the property. Staff would recommend that the applicant update the site plan to include the planting strip onto the subject property instead of the adjacent property as per the intent of section 7.2J of the zoning bylaw. Staff look for some direction related to that item as well, and that sort of completes the request to waive the site plan control.
Okay, so I'm going to open up to the floor, see if there's questions from councillors. I saw Deputy Mayor Kennedy first, then Councillor Smith. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for this. I'm wondering why you're now going to enforce shoreline vegetation. As of last week, there was no concern, or a month ago, no concern about vegetation close to the water, and now there is. Is this? I can see it as a recommendation. I don't know if it would be a condition of the waiving site plan.
I don't recall mentioning anything a month ago of saying that there was no concern. I would suggest that, or not suggest, but through our review of the application or the request and just looking at our policies, specifically 2.2.1, which states that sites are to preserve the natural state of the shoreline as much as possible, and where the shoreline has been impaired by past activities, restore the shoreline shoreline's natural features, including but not limited to natural, like the native vegetation. So again, that's up to council whether they would like to keep that in or not, but it is within our policy that when we do see these types of things on a property, especially a property that has limited or very little vegetation, that has a potential for erosion and runoff into the lake, we would recommend that as per our policies.
Okay, and just clarification, it wasn't that you brought it up a month ago, it's just that in the last few years that has not changed, and it's always been gravel and grass. So we're not actually going out looking at vacant land that is similar, but now I guess just as it comes up, this is going to be the type of recommendation. Or
well, as a request, it's like on any property that's requesting to waive site plan control. Through site plan control, you would typically request these things. So we were just looking at this as when we get these types of requests for any property, we look at how we can better the situation on the property. So being a commercial, which is subject to site plan control, they are asking to waive. So I think we're looking at the policies and saying, well, if you're looking to waive, we'd like to see some enhancements to ensure there isn't a negative impact to the lakes, which is based on our policies of the official plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I don't think Deputy Mayor Kennedy meant that you specifically, Chris.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
Week.
Yeah.
It sounded like that, but it wasn't. This is very similar to any planning thing we'll have coming up later in the planning file, where this is an opportunity to correct stuff, to put it back to what we would ideally like to see. But we have no authority to do that unless this triggers it. Same as in someone purchasing a shore road allowance. We know going out and checking how many sheds or wood sheds or outhouse or little small buildings that people have on their property. When they're asking us for something, we try to get it to compliance at that time. And because it is all gravel, in that space, it's probably a great idea to ask for some. Councillor Smith, you had a question, and then I have one after. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. A good discussion. I think that, it is important to recognize that not recently, but, it would appear many years ago, this area of the shoreline, had some damage done to it. And, as the mayor has pointed out, under the terms of our official plan, there's certainly 3 or 4 sections there that, would say this is an excellent opportunity to drive some recovery, if you like, in terms of the environmental damage that has been done there. I had a question, and I don't know, Chris, if you'll have an answer to this, but from a schematic, the way the expanded parking area is shown, it's got the lines drawn on it. Are they proposing to put down asphalt for the parking area?
That I would have to maybe go back to the applicant to ask that question. My understanding right now is they're just showing that this is potentially the area, and they're showing the amount of parking that they do have, which meets the zoning bylaw for the required parking. Now, whether they're going to maybe one day pave that, I'm not entirely sure at this point. My understanding is likely it would be left as gravel for the time being, but certainly it's a question I can ask back to the applicant.
Well, through this process of discussions and this application, is there an opportunity for us to put some restrictions in place, such that, as an example, that the parking area, have a permeable surface, whether it's gravel or other, surfaces? There are a variety of approaches that would ensure it is permeable and therefore, reduces the runoff and supports cleaner water, in the lake. And so would that be reasonable to pursue?
I think so. Unless Jeff has something to add to this, but as waiving site plan control, it is up to council, and if they feel that there are certain conditions that they would like to add into this, that is something that I believe that they can also add into as a condition. Jeff, I don't know if you have any additional thing to add into that.
Yeah, I can add something. Yeah, thank you. I think through this process, which is waiving site plan control, council has a limited opportunity to add a certain number of conditions and ensure those conditions are enforced. If council feels that there's a lot of conditions or some controls they want to place on on this property, maybe the proper site plan control process would be the method to achieve that.
Okay. I think it's only just one further request, and actually, Councillor Smith, that's the same thing I had. I can't imagine that they would want to pave that parking lot because that's an awful lot of asphalt, but we don't know that. And I would not recommend having asphalt there. Otherwise, we want stormwater management. Where is it going to go? So I would prefer to add one more condition, and I think that's what Councillor Smith is suggesting. You've got 4 conditions there, and that we add a condition and that the parking area remain a permeable, what do we call it, pavement or
impervious.
Yes.
No pervious.
We wouldn't allow a 20 meters of parking lot with paved asphalt. Like I said, we don't have the applicants here to ask that, but there's nothing wrong with putting in a 5th condition.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's important. I recognize that, I think a tennis court, it's going to have to be asphalt. There's a boat ramp there, and that needs to be a hard surface that, it's not permeable. But to create this massive parking lot as, a surface that can't absorb water, is problematic. And I'd also like to see a stronger statement. There's call it a vague statement right now, that the applicant is to provide further vegetation within the shoreline buffer area. One scrawny hemlock qualifies as further vegetation in the shoreline buffer area. Could we be more specific in terms of the amount of truly natural shoreline revegetation that is going to be? Again, there needs to be openings for the boat launch. There's the patio. There's a lot of things that are going to be going on, but the whole area right now, as you can see from the aerial photograph, was gravel and it's boat storage. So could we be
can
more
maybe
specific?
We can maybe add to the end of that, to the satisfaction of the municipality, then we can at least review what they're proposing to ensure that it meets our intent for the vegetation within that shoreline.
Yeah.
Would that satisfy Councillor Smith? That way,
yeah, I think something. Yeah.
Okay.
And then whatever we've done here, it applies to, this owner and successive owners that, they have to meet a certain standard that, we get to judge. And if it's not, then we can go back and say, hey, you got to improve it.
So we can add a fifth, we can add a little bit more wording on the fourth recommendation and a fifth recommendation that the parking area, I could be silly here and say, and a sixth recommendation is paint pickleball lines, because we had that earlier. Sorry. So I think perhaps what I will get, Chris, if you do not mind, I will look for a mover and a seconder. I will ask you to read the resolution with a fifth condition. Are you able to type a fifth or find some wording for a fifth condition there?
Yeah, just give me a second here. Okay, so
just find the correct language for what we were referring to as a permeable surface for the parking area. And just a question too, this area was not, I know we have an aerial photograph, but we don't know what time of the year that was. It's clear, so this area is not used for boat storage.
That, I believe the open area is or was used for boat storage. Now, whether they're going to currently continue to use that as such, again, that's a question I can pose back to them as well.
Well, I just want to make sure they still have room to run the business to create boat storage, but they must have thought of that. So, Chris, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to read the?
Sure. If you
till,
like.
I'll read up to number 4, and then I'll see if you can find wording for a fifth condition. And after the resolution's been read, then I'll look for a mover seconder.
Okay.
So be it resolved that council waives the requirement for site plan approval with respect to the proposed development as submitted for lands of Mahood, legally known as Havelock Plan 367 Lot 22, Part Shore Road Allowance, Registered Plan 19R8208, Part 1, Registered Plan 19R9515, Part 3, in the geographic township of Havelock, Municipality of Dysart et al., and that the development is to be located as shown on the proposed site plan and is subject to the following conditions. 1, registered owner to pay any outstanding taxes. 2, registered owner to pay all admission fees, administration fees owed to the municipality of Dysart et al. Number 3, that the proposed be developed in accordance with the municipal zoning bylaw 2005-120. Number 4, that the applicant is to further enhance the shoreline vegetation buffer area in order reduce in order to
that
reduce.
the applicant is as the applicant is to further enhance the shoreline vegetation vegetation buffer area to satisfaction of the municipality in order to reduce potential negative impact to the lake from stormwater runoff or erosion.
And you have that written down?
Yeah, I'll write that in.
And then number 5.
I'm just trying to think, unless Jeff, you have any specific thing you can think of, just that the parking area remain as a pervious, maybe pervious material, or maybe I'm just trying to think of wording that might work in there.
That sounds good.
We can clarify it after the meeting, but I think what Chris said is right, that the surface of the parking areas on the subject lands using impermeable or impervious materials, so along that line.
Okay,
and then that works. One other question, just to confirm that, just about updating the plan to ensure that that portion of the parking buffer strip is brought over onto the subject property as opposed to adjacent property. Staff's concern is even though both properties are owned by the owner, if it's sold and those trees are removed, then that buffer strip's removed and there's no sort of control on that. The intent of the bylaw is to ensure that there is that buffer strip between a residential use on the adjacent property. So I just wanted to get clarification on that if council's direction.
So currently, this is the one that's going, the vegetation buffer in between the two properties. It goes down towards the lake, right?
So there's a piece that goes towards the lake, from the lake and going up, which is correct. And then that other sort of that goes, I guess, southwest on a southwest direction. That is actually on the adjacent property, and it should be onto the subject lands as per the bylaw.
And the only problem with that is that it's right in the middle of the parking lot.
So discussion with the applicant, they said that they prefer to have it on the adjacent property, but could accommodate it within the subject property. They just have to shift a little bit.
I don't know. I look to other councillors, the way it's drawn, and I realize these are two separate deedable properties, but I look to other councillors if they want to include that condition or to not have it in. Councillor Smith, you know the property.
Well, you know, and I'm going by the diagrams we've been presented. I haven't gone out and looked actually where the property lines are, but I think Chris is raising an important point here that, you know, if the ownership of these properties goes in separate directions in the future, it's probably unreasonable to impose an obligation on the other property to maintain vegetation, you know, in favor of the marina property. And if the marina property isn't large enough to accommodate, you know, the large parking area they want and the vegetation, that's a problem with the marina property that they have to deal with. And then, you know, reduce their appetite or frankly buy a piece of land from their neighbor. And so I think Chris's recommendation is you know, is an important one, and we should you know, accept that as a necessary adjustment on the part of this development.
So Chris, would that be a condition number 6?
I think we could either just by direction of council just to ensure, and then I can relate that back to the applicant. I'll maybe leave that up to Jeff as to if he has a preference, maybe if we put that as a condition or not.
Yeah, thank you. What I was going to note was there already is a condition that that the development is to comply with the zoning bylaw, and the requirement for this planting strip on the subject land is a requirement of zoning. So it's something that we can just include in that condition, and we can just advise the owners that they are to ensure that there's a planting strip on their property.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yep, sounds good. So I'm not going to read the resolution again, if that's okay. I believe that we have it all. So then at this point, I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith. And as I say, I've read that, so I'll call for vote. All in favor? Okay, and that carries. We'll get this one rewritten. Okay, moving along. The next file is purchase shore road allowance. Lots of these.
Yes, Tammy's been very busy. Thank you. Yeah, so Mrs. Passafume and Mr. Wood have made application to purchase the shore road allowance in front of their property on Kinesis Lake. Bylaw 2021-36 is a bylaw to stop up and close and convey the shore road allowance. And bylaw 2021-37 is a deeming bylaw to allow lot 74 registered plan number 402 to merge with that shore road allowance. As per council direction from the previous meeting, the shed located within the water setback has been removed. The notice requirements are complete and no specific concerns have been identified. And staff recommend approval of the two bylaws, unless council has any questions.
I'll look for questions. No. Okay, so I will take a mover seconder on this one. Anybody? Deputy Mayor Kennedy, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-36, which is a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance in front of lot 20, concession 4 in the geographic township of Havelock, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. And be it resolved that bylaw 2021-37, which is a bylaw to deem lot 74, registered plan 402 in the township of Havelock not to be within a plan of subdivision for the purpose of section 50-3 of the Planning Act 1990, be amended and be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. This bylaw is intended to allow lot 74, registered plan number 402, to merge with the road allowance, which has been closed and conveyed pursuant to bylaw 2021-36. All in favor? Carried. That's a lot of reading. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, thank you. The next application, Mr. Chartrand has made application to purchase the shore road allowance in front of their property on Benor Lake. As per the attached preliminary plan, the shore road allowance in front of the subject lands is comprised of 3 separate parts, which is unique, or at least I don't recall a similar instance in my time here. Just to give you a bit of an explanation, this occurred due to the survey work completed at the time of the plan of subdivision. At that time, the shore road allowance was measured from the present high water mark as opposed to the original high water mark, and therefore part 1 was deemed an original shore road allowance invested with the municipality. All 3 parts on the preliminary plan are requested to be stopped up and closed. The municipality, as always, will retain the flooded portion. There is a dwelling and two garages and a woodshed located on the property. The location of the dwelling is recognized pursuant to the official plan. However, the underside of the deck attached to the dwelling has been enclosed and is being used as a screened-in porch. There's no record of a building permit for this screened-in porch, which is located on the shore road allowance and does not comply with the minimum water setback. Therefore, staff recommend that screened-in porch be removed or brought into compliance. Staff request direction with regards to that screened porch from council and approval to process the application.
Okay, so any questions on this file? The resolution does recommend to remove the screen porch or brought into compliance, which means moving it back. So it's probably likely to remove, but any questions? Councillor McKechnie?
How long do you think that screened-in porch has been there?
Thank you, Councillor McKechnie. As mentioned, staff have no record of a building permit or no record of assessment for that, so we're uncertain.
So the recommendation is to have it removed? Is that
correct, based on the policy that it does not comply with the minimum water setback?
Yep. Okay, so then is that to move, Councillor Smith, or question? Go ahead.
Thanks. I guess a couple of questions on it. And maybe first, could this owner, if they so choose, appeal that through the Committee of Adjustment? Appeal that order to remove it?
And I thank you, Councillor Smith. I don't think that the terminology would be appeal it through the Committee of Adjustment, but they can apply for a minor variance application to legalize that within the water setback. So that's why staff always, instead of wording their conditions, remove or move into compliance, it's remove or bring into compliance or brought into compliance, because an option for them to bring it into compliance would be to apply for a minor variance application.
Okay, well, thank you. And, it probably applies to the previous one also, but when we say these things are to be removed, I was curious as to the, the follow-up that the municipality does to make sure those conditions are actually, honored or obeyed.
Yes, thank you. So the way we word this is we won't proceed with this application until they do that. So if there's a shed to be removed, we don't proceed with the application until there's proof that that shed's been removed. Similar to this instance, if council chooses to ask for the removal of that screen and porch within the water setback, we will not proceed with the application until that's occurred.
Okay, excellent. And I think that's a fair approach. So if the owner has an issue, they can make an application to the Committee of Adjustment, the body that's normally been set up to kind of review and assess these things after detailed analysis, and we don't have that information. So to me, this seems like a reasonable approach.
Yes, and that's a very good point. I think when I said it just says to be removed, but it is that is key to be brought into compliance. That's the owner's prerogative to pursue that. That's all we're doing today is to approve the process for the application of the purchase of the shore road allowance. So, Councillor McKechnie?
Yeah, I would just like it to be the applicant to know that he could apply for that minor variance. You know what I mean? If he doesn't, well, he's got to remove it. I think that way we're trying to work with him.
Okay, and that is what the resolution says. So I'll take a mover seconder then. Anybody? Councillor Donaldson, Councillor McKechnie? Be it resolved that council approves for processing an application by Mr. Chartrand to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Benor Lake in front of their property in part lot 25, concession 12 in the geographic township of Harcourt. The screened-in porch must be removed or brought into compliance. These lands are declared surplus. All in favor? Okay, carried. And next.
Yes, the next application is, again, another road closing application. Mr. Smith and Mrs. Krempulek have made application to purchase the shore road allowance in front of their property on Drag Lake. They would like to apply for a building permit to raise the cottage, which is located on the shore road allowance. The dwelling was first assessed in 1956, so its location is recognized pursuant to the official plan. However, there is a small shed located on the shore road allowance that does not appear to comply with the required water setback. There is no record of a building permit for the shed, and it has not been assessed for tax purposes. And based on policy, staff recommend that the shed be removed or brought into compliance with the zoning bylaw. Staff requests direction from council with regards to the shed and approval to process the application. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. This is the same. It says removed or brought into compliance. Same thing. So I'll look for mover second, first, second, please. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council approves for processing an application by Mr. Smith and Mrs. Krempulek to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Drag Lake in front of their property in part lot 4, concession 9 in the geographic township of Dudley. Pursuant to section 3.2.7 of the official plan, the shed located on the shore road allowance is to be removed or brought into compliance with the zoning bylaw 2005-120. These lands are declared surplus. All in favor? Carried. And there's one more of these.
Yes, thank you. One more road closing application. Mr. Sidsworth has made an application to purchase the road allowances in front of his property on Drag Lake. There's a dwelling and 2 metal sheds located on the property, but no structures are located on the shore road allowance. Staff requests direction and approval to process the application.
Okay. I doubt there's any questions because this is very straightforward. Mover seconder then. Good. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that council approves for processing an application by Joshua Sidsworth to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Drag Lake in front of his property in part lots 32, 33, concession 6, parts 4 to 7, plan 19R-8909, Dysart Township. These lands are declared surplus. All in favor? Okay, carried. Now, the next 3 files go together, and I'm wondering if we could sort of look at them as a whole. And I obviously have 3 resolutions that are lengthy, but anyway. Chris, I'm going to see if you can sort of put this all together as a package, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'll try to outline this best possible. So staff will note that the next 3 are related to the subject property and the property to the west. And so what they're looking to do is they're looking to sever each property. So the property located at 1077 Nels Trail, which is on Drag Lake, is proposing to sever the subject property, resulting in one retained parcel and one severed parcel. In addition, as what I was saying, that the other property, which is located at 1078 Nels Trail, is doing the same thing with the application and is proposing to sever the subject property, resulting in one retained parcel and one severed parcel, with a north parcel being tied to the severed parcel, just to ensure. There was an old severance application that was done years ago with the condition that that property be tied to that subject property. So therefore, since they're further subdividing, it still needs to be tied to that property. In addition, the applications were submitted with a planning justification report and an environmental impact study as well, just to ensure that there was no negative impacts to the ecological features, as well as showing areas of developable areas on the property, as there are steep slopes or area of limitation on the properties. So those were all submitted in support of the application. And pretty much staff have no concerns with those two severances. And then the third, which is part of this, is the consent, which will be taking a portion of the severed property and adding it to the adjacent property in order to bring over. Currently they have a sort of a wooden cabin area that they want to maintain or have with the subject property. So that's why there's a severance of a 0.07 hectare portion of the subject property that will be then added to the newly created property to the west. And staff, again, have no concerns and recommend that council consider the application in principle for these three applications. So it is a little confusing, but that's why we tried to break it out into three applications, just for council's review.
And that's fine, but we can also at the same time look at it as a, it's the same area and same applicant. Mm-hmm. Excuse me, I have a tickle. I'm going to look to questions and then quickly hit mute. Anybody for questions?
I guess before she had mute on when she said who could speak, and nobody else.
Sorry, I'm sorry. A tickle in my throat. I made you. Go ahead.
Chris or Jeff, a couple of questions. I didn't see any reference to it, but I just wanted to confirm that Drag Lake is not classified as an at-capacity lake. So there is room to increase the number of lots on that lake. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And secondly, and I don't know if this applies to this situation, but I do know over on Kinesis in the West Shore area, when that development plan was put together, there are some exceptionally large lots that would normally qualify for to be subdivided and to create, a second or third lot from the sizable lot created in the development plan, except the deed for those lots says that they can never be subdivided. They are a large lot and they're intended to always be a large lot. And I wanted to make sure that there was no such restriction in the deeds for this particular property that would prohibit or suggest that they should never be subdivided.
No, looking through the application, we didn't find anything that suggested that they couldn't be further subdivided per the deeds, but per our bylaw or our bylaws and our official plans don't limit this or restrict it. They are still within the allowable lots to be subdivided based off the original parcel.
Did that answer your question? Sorry, I had to get some little mints. I don't have Lori Salvatore to pass me a Tic Tac, so I had to go get my own. Did that satisfy the question?
Thank you.
Okay. So are there any further questions, or now that I have my Tic Tac, I can read the lengthy resolution? I need a mover seconder, if I could. Councillor Clark, Councillor Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that council support the general principle of a proposal for a severance subject to the following conditions and the comments received through the public review process. The severance be for the purpose of a severance to roll number 021-000-04805. Number 2, registered owner to pay any outstanding taxes. Number 3, registered owner to pay all administration and outstanding fees owed to the municipality of Dysart et al. Number 4, payment of cash in lieu of parkland dedication in the amount of $1,000 for the severed parcel. Number 5, that the shed located on the proposed severance lands be removed. Number 6, subject to a zoning bylaw amendment to the satisfaction of the municipality for the severed and retained lands. The registered owner is to submit a zoning bylaw amendment application to the municipality. Number 7, to a severance agreement for the proposed severed and retained lands. And number 8, prior to the endorsement of the lands, the municipality is to provide a clearance letter to the Haliburton County Land Division Committee confirming that conditions 1 through 7 have been fulfilled, and the application is to make a request from the municipality for the said letter. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. So there's a second one on the second roll number. Chris, is it okay if I just continue reading the resolution because we've really discussed it? Can I ask it? I'll ask a question myself. Was there any discussion of purchasing shore road allowance? Seeing we seem to have a bevy of people wanting to purchase their shore road allowance.
Through the review, it appears that they own the shore road allowance.
Okay.
So we don't have any issues there. And if that was something that came up through the proceedings at the county level, that would potentially be something that could be added at that point.
Okay, they already own it, so that's great. Okay, so the I need a mover seconder on the second. Councillor Smith?
I just
question?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
On that topic of shoreline road allowance. So there are, as you note, several requests today from people who are interested in buying their shoreline road allowance. And I've actually had a couple of property owners in recent months contact me asking whether or not they should be buying their shoreline road allowance. And so a question to staff here, what is our position on that? Are we now recommending people buy their shoreline road allowance? Is there any reason for people to do that? I don't know mine. And when I was buying my property, I asked her, and his comment was, well, unless you got money to waste, there's no reason to buy it. And that's sort of the philosophy I've maintained. But this wave of requests today is kind of raising a question. The next person to ask my advice. What is the recommendation we're making today?
So, Councillor Smith, that is a good question. I'm wondering through the clerk if that shouldn't be then a notice of motion at the end of the meeting. Instead of asking staff to answer that question right now, Mallory, if we ask Councillor Smith to hold that till I get to notice of motion at the end, and then we can direct staff to bring back, because that's opening a big can of worms, and I don't know that Jeff can answer that on the spot quickly. Mallory?
Sure, we can do one at the end if Councillor Smith's looking for a staff report on it.
Well, I think it might be something that Jeff might not be able to answer just off the top of his head, but maybe he will.
Well, through you, Mayor, I asked for permission because I can answer that off the top of my head quickly if you like.
Sure.
And what I was going to say is I'm not aware of any council direction with regards to purchasing the shore road allowance. What I always tell people, there really isn't any development rights given to purchase your shore road allowance unless you have an existing building on the shore road allowance. So if you have an existing building that has legal non-compliant status located on the shore road allowance, and you want to put an addition on it or tear it down and rebuild it, then you're required to purchase the shore road allowance. if you don't have any structures on it, there really isn't any development rights. So the water setbacks apply. It might buy you a bit of additional lot coverage if you're really looking to push the boundaries of lot coverage. But I'm not aware of any real benefits to it other than if your buildings look encroaching.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very
Okay.
much. That saves the need for a formal report. That's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for asking. Okay, so then a mover seconder for the next resolution. Councillor Clark and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council support the general principle of a proposal for a severance subject to the following conditions and the comments received through the public review process. Number one, the application be for the purpose of a severance to roll number 021-000-04800. Number two, registered owner to pay outstanding taxes. Number three, registered owner to pay all administration and outstanding fees owed to the municipality of Dysart et al. Number four, payment of cash in lieu of parkland dedication to the amount of $1,000 for the severed parcel. Number five, subject to a zoning bylaw amendment to the satisfaction of the municipality for the severed and retained lands, the registered owner is to submit a zoning bylaw amendment application to the municipality. Number six, subject to a severance agreement for the proposed severed and retained lands. And number seven, registered owner to provide proof that the lands known as 021-000-04810 have been legally tied to the severed property and cannot be sold separately in the future. And number eight, prior to the endorsement of the deeds, the municipality is to provide a clearance letter to the Haliburton County Land Division Committee confirming that conditions 1 through 7 have been fulfilled. The applicant is to make a request from the municipality for said letter. All in favor? Okay, carried. And there's one last resolution on this for the consent. Can I have a mover seconder for this? Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Clark. And be it resolved, the council support the general principle of a proposal for a consent for a lot addition subject to the following conditions and the comments received through the public review process. Number one, the application be for the purpose of a consent for a lot addition to roll number 021-000-04805. Number two, registered owner to pay any outstanding taxes. Number three, registered owner to pay all administration and outstanding fees owed to the municipality of Dysart et al. And number four, prior to the endorsement of the deeds, the municipality is to provide a clearance letter to the Haliburton County Land Division Committee confirming that conditions 1 through 3 have been fulfilled. The applicant is to make a request from the municipality for the said letter. All in favor? Okay, it's carried. Where are we? Is that it? That is it for planning. Right? Okay, good, because we got lots in public works. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just get my agenda rolling here. And we'll, as we bring in our public works staff, just keep an eye on the time. So I'm going to take a poll. We did take a 15-minute break and we haven't been at it that long, but generally it is past noon. So I'm going to look for a show of hands if we need a lunch break, or I'm trying to hear from Mallory. We have a delegate. Oh, I forgot to hit send. We have a delegation later, and I wonder, I'm just trying to figure out the timing. So how's everybody feeling? How's their tummies, their legs, their backs? Should we start public works and see where we're at? Okay. And Mallory, I just sent you a quick message. You can let me know. All right. So we will start with public works and we'll see where we end up. And if councillor requires and wants to have a lunch break, I think we should go absolutely no later than 12:45. So we'll see where we're at with that. Okay, I'll start off. Schedule for reinstating levels of service for previously hardtop roads. This was requested at the committee of the whole. So Rob, do you want to speak to this one? Well,
sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I'm back to one screen here. I got to flip back and forth. Okay, so this is a follow-up to the last meeting we had. For the purpose of this report, I have stuck with the roads that were reverted back to gravel that had an average daily count of 100 or greater. And the treatment schedule is as of today, where they pop up in the program. As we have discussed many times in the past, if council wishes to change this, it can be changed. But we need to know and input it now instead of, kind of doing it next year, this time next year. One caveat I will say is, barring the next item and any additional work that does get approved, I am anticipating that we will be in somewhat of a surplus situation for roads construction. That is my intention at this point. And it's also my intention to get most of the work done very early in the season. So I expect probably I'm thinking maybe even in June or July, I will be able to bring forward an update with any surplus funds that we have, and maybe some of these roads could be addressed at that time, but I will certainly defer to council with that.
Okay, thank you, Rob. And so we have the two resolutions that may or may not go together. The first one here is that list that we saw before, but we're actually going to have it in resolution that council is committing to putting these roads back to a surface treated road. My thought is that we could sort of pass this resolution and then go to item B and have some conversation in that resolution where we may or may not change it to add a road. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. And Rob, thanks for putting this together. I think, it's important to kind of lay these things out. Council, my interpretation that council has said in the past that it wanted to get the roads that had been formerly hardtop converted to gravel, and we wanted to get those back to hardtop, where that average daily traffic count was. So great to see, a plan or a schedule, a potential schedule in that regard. The one thing, and just wanted to clarify this, there's nothing happening here really very, very quickly. Nothing in 2021, nothing in 2022. The earliest of these is in 2023. And your comment suggested, is that entirely driven by the DOT software?
Yes, it is, because the way it's set up now is to trigger the upgrade to a surface treated road. The condition of the road has to fall below 50 for that rehabilitation work to be done. And kind of the double-edged sword with gravel roads is that they could deteriorate relatively quickly depending on the weather, truck traffic, that kind of thing. But the problem is, if it is a problem, once you run a grader over it, and depending when they're evaluated shortly thereafter, they could be very high again as far as a pavement condition index. PCI is the number that it was evaluated on that particular day. What happens after that day, anybody's guess. And I suspect that's what's happening with, I'm gonna pick on Redken again, just for the sake of a name. It's a flat road, not real high traffic, but it's not heavy. Well, I shouldn't say it's not heavy traffic. There are log trucks coming out of there. But depending when that road is evaluated, depending when the grader is going either ahead of the evaluator or before the evaluator, makes a big impact on it. And a lot can happen to that road within 2 years in between evaluations. So the tricky part with the software is it's assuming we're not doing anything to it. And so it's going to degrade, on a straight line over those 2 years. But if we happen to grade it or, add a load of gravel here or there to touch it up in the meantime, it's going to bring that PCI back up and won't trigger an upgrade to surface treated. And so I guess, I'll take ownership on that. It's something that we had discussed in the past. Maybe I should have pushed it a little harder. But by doing this, and if we commit to a timeline on it, at the very latest, I would suggest that's when the roads are going to be upgraded. Because as I said, the tricky part is as soon as you grade them or, fix a washout, make it smoother, make it more desirable to drive on, it affects the PCI greatly. And then it may not trigger the upgrade to surface treatment.
Okay. I wonder, This DOT software is really, driving a lot of our decisions now. And when people ask me how the schedule is developed, I frankly would say that, well, it's by DOT software. It's not an acceptable answer, a response for me to give to a constituent. And would there be an opportunity for council to have some sort of seminar or whatever to educate us on the factors that drive this thing up? Is that, and maybe to the mayor, is that a reasonable
Yes.
thing to do? To get
Yeah, I
together
actually
and-
wanted to take this instead of Rob because I actually watched our meeting 2 weeks ago at Committee of the Whole, and Rob said, again, we could have the DOT software come. So I absolutely think if we can give you that direction, if you need a resolution or just a verbal direction, that we would, I think all like a refresher from the DOT, in August, September at the latest would be ideal if we could arrange that. And it could come, work with Mallory on how large the agendas are to either have it come to Committee of the Whole, might be more appropriate. And so we could really fully understand and explain better and have our constituents who are watching these meetings listening too. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to come up here. I would suggest that we do it at probably committee meeting would be better if it works on the clerk's end. But I'd like to run it in the same meeting that I bring forward the proposal for 2022 road resurfacing work and just kind of tie it all together.
Okay, and that'd be fine. I agree with Committee of the Whole, and then maybe looking more like a September-ish meeting.
Yes,
or
August,
October at the latest.
September, yeah.
September would be great because, and we talked about that also 2 weeks ago, is that we would look at our roads way ahead to try to, fully understand this. The only thing I'm thinking in this resolution, the second, so it says be it resolved in that bit, and then it said in that council commit to reinstating previous levels of service, but in the following years. If we pass this resolution and we commit to the following years, but then yet we want to bring one ahead, let's say, find the money for that. Should we keep, I'm going to look to the rest of council because it's up to us to decide that. Do we take out in the following years? Councillor Smith?
Yeah, well, that's, I wanted to raise that point with regard to this schedule. As much as I appreciate Rob putting this schedule together, and it's a starting point, the challenge to me with it is that it's 2023 is the earliest date, and then there's ones that are out there as far as 2026 on this list. I feel a little bit like, as a council where we said we wanted to make something happen, it's a little bit of the sleeves out of our vest because we're not actually delivering anything for a long time in the future. And that's troublesome to me personally. And I think, many councillors may feel the same way. And so I'm looking at this list and wondering whether it's driven by DOT or whether it's just council saying, no, we said we wanted to fulfill a commitment to get some of these roads back to a hard top. The chance to pull, some of them forward, not just, one forward to 2021, but, I recognize from the work you did this past winter, Rob, the report you gave us about, ditching efforts and so forth. Some of these things require quite a bit of prep work before you could put a hard top on them. And we've learned that if you do the prep work and then try and put the hard top on a week or two later, the results are not good. But, Winona Lake Road, I think, is the one here that says 2026. It's not in Ward 4, but I don't know how we say to those folks, yeah, your road was important. We said we want to restore it. There's an average daily traffic count of 143, and you're going to wait till 2026. I just don't feel comfortable with that. And so I hope that we give ourselves the latitude here to get some of these things done much faster than this schedule. And so whether it's as part of this report or the next report, even for 2021, what can we pull forward? What would make sense? Given maintenance costs? Because another one, Redkin, you told us this past winter it's costing us $10,000 a year to spread dust suppressant and grade that road. That's a lot of money. So
yeah, point made, and that's why I maybe we take out the word "in the following years." All Rob can do, it's not his choice. It's not Rob deciding. It's a software program that we adopted, that we accepted, spitting this out. But if we took out the words "in the following years," we'd see the guideline, and then we can make the decisions. Tamara, I see you, but also Deputy Mayor Kennedy had a question, so I don't know. Can Deputy Mayor Kennedy speak, and then Tamara, and then Councillor?
What I was going to say was that we made a commitment 2 years ago to go to a network based philosophy rather than a whoever yells the loudest getting their roads fixed. So I'm fully in favor of passing this as it is. But I want, if we have in DOT come in August, I'd really like to see the opportunity to review the schedule for these roads that are here. And if we could, Rob could do some paperwork on it to see what the impacts are, bring that whole thing forward 1 year. So anything that's scheduled in 2023 is part of 2022, and what the impacts are with the rest of what we're trying to do network based. I see a couple of these roads takes up almost a third of our maintenance budget if we were to do them. So I have some concerns about having to wait too long, and if we could ever get Redkin done this year, it'd be great. Anyways,
Well, I'm suggesting we pass this resolution either as it is, or taking out in the following years, or whichever, and then we deal with the next subject, which is road resurfacing program, and we can alter that resolution perhaps when we get to that. So, but Tamara, and then Councillor McKechnie.
I was just going to note that before we had DOT software, we had engineers providing reports recommending which roads should be done in which order and so forth. And council would still tweak those reports and recommendations, but the only difference is now that the software is replacing all those engineers, and that when Rob tweaks it based on your inputs, he can see live what that's doing to affect the entire system, which is giving him better outputs. So it's not like it's a brand new thing that somebody outside of council or staff are deciding. Like it's not like that. It's always been this program or process. It's just the software is helping give us more current and live data as things change.
Yeah, good point. Councillor McKechnie.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great to see Redkins on there, but I agree with Pat and John that I'd like to see it done earlier. And based on our commitment to return gravel roads that were previously hardtop, I'd like to table 2 motions for council to consider. I'd like to move that Dunn Road is ditched in 21, and the addition of the gravel treatment already contained in the 2021 roads work plan, and further that Dunn Road be included in the 2022 work plan for returning the road to hardtop. Dunn Road is a prime example of there's money left in the Cooperage Fund. I believe it's $155,000. I don't know whether that would cover it or not, probably wouldn't, but it would be pretty close. And that money in the Cooperage Fund was to provide infrastructure for roads that were maybe damaged going into the new subdivision up there. Dunn Road is a prime example today. It's a shortcut to get into the subdivision. So I think it's really important, and it's been a long time since that's been a gravel road. The other motion is that I'd like to move that Klondike be included in the 22 work plan for returning the road to hardtop. It's a very busy boat launch area. It gets a lot of traffic, and it's been a hardtop for a long time. As we all know, one time it was a highway. So I really think that it's time. I think DOT, of course, is great, but we're forgetting about roads that we have made commitments to turn back to hardtop. One that I'm really worried about is Bowen. Of course, it's not a very long road, but it surely wouldn't meet the 100-car count. But I think there's going to be more of those roads that are going to surface, and I think we have to take care of these roads. Thank you.
Sorry, I had self unmute. I realized that. I'm going to turn to the clerk. We have a motion that we are discussing already, and then Councillor McKechnie's made some other comments, and so I turned to the clerk. I do not think that, no offense to you, Councillor McKechnie, but I don't know, without it being a notice of motion, where I don't see how that we're talking about what you just said with the agenda item that we're talking about right now.
Well, we've been talking about, I've been talking about Redkin, Dunn, and Klondike for a long time. I'm sure you're sick of me talking about it. Well, I'm not sick of talking about it. I really think that it's important that those roads are turned back to a hard top surface like they were. And maybe they don't merit the DOT software. Well, this is where the human part element should come in. And as Rob says, if council wants to redirect, then we should redirect. My motion is that these roads are turned back to hard top. So that's what I'm.
Okay, so Mallory, can you weigh in here? What, as chairing the meeting, I'm not sure what to do when we have a resolution in front of us and a councillor's proposing something.
My only comment on that is that this resolution is about obviously roads that have average daily traffic count of 100 or more. So that's why they're included in this one. I would think because Councillor Smith's given a couple of options for years, that we might need to know what the anticipated cost would be to do that in order to work it into budgets for those years. So I'm not really sure how to build it into quite this one. We could have a notice of motion towards the end of the meeting where I don't know, staff return with a report or something like that, but I'm building it into this current resolution might not work.
That's what I'm thinking, and I would prefer, Councillor McKechnie, then if that's to have a separate notice of motion at the end of the meeting.
Like I said, there's $155,000 still in that fund.
I don't know that. You're saying that, and that's.
I do know that.
Okay,
I would
that's
get
great.
my facts before I'd make a statement like that.
I'm sure, but it's.
Well, you are questioning.
No, I'm just saying that because it's not as part of the staff report. I'm looking at the staff report in front of us, and I would really like to.
Well, I just keep my requests are all my discussions, and like I say, you're probably tired of listening to it about those 3 roads. They're not anywhere on the horizon other than the Redkin right now.
No, and nor is Ross or Gardner, or I can't think of other ones. So at some point, this term of council needs to make a decision, and through a lot of verbal discussion over many different meetings, we did arbitrarily pick that count, that average daily count of 100. And so therefore, Rob was instructed to bring a report, this exact report right in front of us. And here it is. So if we're going to start pulling up roads that do not meet that requirement, I'm going to look to the rest of council and say, what is their desire here? Do we have this resolution on the table right now? Is there a desire to pass this resolution that does not commit us it does not tie our hands to not bringing a certain out of this group of roads forward in the next resolution, if we so choose, if we want to find the money for that. But it doesn't at this point committing us to roads with less than 100. That's a separate conversation, and I think that should be a separate resolution. But here we go again. I saw Councillor Clark, then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, we should move forward with the report that we've asked Rob to provide for us, but also we'll, in light of Councillor McKechnie's interest and a couple of these others that are not within that, bring a motion for a further report to be brought to address some of these ones that are, but at a further meeting. You know, so we just bring a motion for staff to review these outstanding items. And we can't deal with it today. We've got to at least move this forward. It's just going to slow everything down.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Smith, next.
Thanks. I think that Councillor McKechnie's proposal would be an appropriate amendment to the list, if you like, that's on the next topic here, because that's actually getting into the specific roads that are going to be hard topped. So that, to me, that's where I would deal with it. Anything that's going to be hard topped in 2021 should be on the list. Next topic. And council should have the prerogative of amending the list that Rob has brought forward based on the DOT software.
Okay, with those two comments being said, is there a mover and a seconder for the resolution as it sits on this agenda item currently? Is there anyone that wants to move this forward with any changes I had discussed about in the following years? Or do we leave that in? But so I'll look for a mover, and if the mover wants to comment on that.
Well, I'm willing to move this report, but I do want to take out that clause because I'd like us to have the flexibility as to when this thing gets done. And I'd also like to ask Rob one more question before we conclude the discussion on this topic.
Absolutely. So you'll have that opportunity. So after the word 100 or more, where there's a comma at the end, we scratch out in the following years. Although they're included in the report, it's not committing us, it's making it sound like we're not going to do a road till 2026. Is that correct? You want to take out in the following years? Yes. Okay, so go ahead and ask your question. So far we have a mover and we'll look for a seconder. Go ahead, ask your question.
Thank you. Rob, the other aspect of this that hasn't been covered here and isn't covered in other reports later today, it is the prep work. So the ditching, and we've talked in the past number of meetings about Canisius Lake Road. You've said 3 years in a row you've intended to get that ditching work done, that important critical prep work, essential prep work done with your own crew, and we haven't got to it 3 years in a row. And so I'm left wondering with all of these, and the same thing would apply to Irish Line and Bitter Lake Road and everything else on this list. Other than Redkin, which had very little prep work required, how much do you have in your budget to pay for prep work in 2021? Do you have money to fund the retention of a third-party service provider to get some of this prep work done in 2021? So we'll be in a position in 2022 to put a hard surface on at least some of these roads on this list.
The short answer is no, there's nothing in the operating budget to do any prep work on this. So the roads that are listed, so anything that's scheduled for a full depth reclamation and double surface, that's a major rehabilitation treatment. Those are the ones that are accounted for in my budget. I budget to ditch them prior to being pulverized and resurfaced. So that is also the treatment that we limit the number of kilometers we do per year, being 10 kilometers. That's what we can handle, we think, with our own forces to get them ready in time to be resurfaced. So I'm looking at some of the roads that were in this report. The Redkin obviously doesn't need to be ditched from end to end. Winona Lake Road, it's had some minor touch-ups over the years. Ilman Road, it's been ditched once since I've been here. But we always throw that into the budget to have it there in case we need it. The intent is we build enough of a contingency into our budget pricing that we do have a surplus at the end of the year and we can move on. But that's not always the way it works. That's why we don't do a 5 or 10% contingency on the tender, because I try and build that into my unit prices. So to answer your question, no, there's nothing in the operating budget to move ahead on this. But as I said, I'm hoping, and I don't see as of April 27th why we won't be into, at the very least, a small surplus situation. I think we'll know pretty early in the year if we're going to have a surplus. My contractor is kind of chomping at the bit to do some of this work in May and June. So I'm hoping by June or even the first part of July is to have an update and kind of let you know where we stand. And if we want to move ahead with either resurfacing or some prep work later on in this year, preferably the fall, we'll know if the funds are there for it.
Okay, thank you, Rob. I am going to
To me, that's critically important, that we've got to get some of this prep work done. To have 3 years in a row of Canisius Lake Road, and we didn't get to it. And that's not to take away from the efforts of Rob and his team, but other things come up. And so if there's a report back in June, for example, it says where we're at, and there needs to be a plan to get this prep work done. Even it's not always like Irish Line isn't just about getting a hard surface on it. The road's in terrible shape, and the base needs to be built up and so forth. Canisius Lake Road, that ditching needs to get done. And maybe that's why they're out there right now in DOT in 2024 for the example of Canisius Lake Road.
Okay, Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, I'd like to just ask Rob a question, please. Robert, like that, say there's $155,000, which I think there is there from the Cooperage Fund. Would that not be a factor in getting done, finished? That's what that money was there for, to fix any infrastructure issues. Dunn's a prime example. Like I say, it's a shortcut into the subdivision for all contractors today.
I mean, yeah, if approved, the money can go, I just confirm with Barbara what the, I don't know what the restraints are on that money, but yeah, 155 grand would certainly help.
Okay,
So how could I have that into documented that we're not gonna wait till 2026, say, to fix Dunn, when there's $155,000 sitting there, which was definitely allocated to a road like Dunn.
I think Rob answered that question. He's going to have to talk to Barbara in terms of that reserve fund specifically. I am looking for a seconder for the resolution as we have included. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, are you seconding that motion? Thank you very much. So that was moved by Councillor Smith. I'll read it, but not all the road names. It says, be it resolved that council receive and acknowledge this report regarding reinstating levels of service for previously hardtop roads as information, and that council commit to reinstating the previous level of service experienced by road users of the following municipal roads having an average daily traffic count of 100 or more. And the roads names are listed there. And we have taken out that line in the following years, although this is included in the report for information. And that the cost for each project be funded by council commitment of the 1.5 million plus 3% annual capital resurfacing budget commencing 2021. All in favor?
Have a recorded vote, please.
Yes, Mallory?
Okay, 1 second, I'm just getting myself situated. Okay, Councillor Clark.
Yes.
Councillor Donaldson.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yes.
Councillor McKechnie.
No.
Councillor Smith.
Yes.
Councillor Wood Roberts.
Yes.
And Mayor Roberts.
Yes. Okay, thank you. That's carried. So we're only going to get through one more agenda item, and then I think we're going to have to break for lunch. So, and we still have a lot to go through in Public Works, and we still have other things on the agenda as well. So the next agenda item is the report that had been brought to the Committee of the Whole with the additional road proposed work. And so really, Rob, you can speak to it if you want to, but I think council knows what the report says. If you want to speak to it, you can. It's the same report.
Yeah, just very briefly, the only change on this is after discussion, I did remove Lilac Avenue only because, it will be part of a bigger project, some drainage improvements for the connecting link, and Boomerang had come up. We were doing one section of Boomerang and not the other. So there's a couple things there. The cost to rehab that portion of Boomerang was about $75,000. So it wasn't really apples to apples. That would certainly have an impact on the overall $465,000 available. And there's also a few more roads up there that are going to come up, that may come up in future years that Boomerang could be tied in with as well. So they won't be going all that way for nothing.
Okay, so let's open it up here for discussion on road works, additional road works for the 2021 budget. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Well, Rob, when you pulled out Lilac, what were the dollars related to Lilac?
Just shy of 10,000.
Small, yes. Back to the point that I was making previously about the returning roads back to hardtop were previously hardtop. Your report said DOT drove it out in 2023. If you had to pick something from that list based on maintenance costs, required prep work, and pull something else forward so that council could actually demonstrate to the community that we were serious in our commitment to return formerly hardtop roads that went to gravel back to hardtop. What would be, you know, are the ones that are in 2023, are they all the priorities? Would those be the ones that would be first up?
Rob, you got it. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm back to one screen. I'm flipping nervously to find that other report again. Bear with me.
That's okay.
Yeah, take your time. I'm just looking for, you know, an opportunity for council to say that we're serious in actually doing something we said we were going to do. And so, you know, and as I said, consider maintenance costs, consider, you know, the amount of prep work that would need to be done. You know, traffic volumes are on that other report. What do you pick to kind of show that we're serious about fulfilling our commitment?
I don't know if Rob, do you want to answer that?
I'm not sure there's a good answer here.
No,
quite honestly.
I don't think that's a staff question. I'm just going to stop you there, Rob. I think he's given us that information, right? Now let's have the conversation. He's got revised, taken Lilac out. We know we committed to the estimate of 465,000. If a councillor would like to propose, not Rob, because he's going to get shot with whatever he says. So if a councillor wants to propose pulling forward a road, maybe I'll be the first to go. I would propose, if there's capacity with the contractor, I would like to propose and put a motion on, or add to this resolution, that we add Redken to the work. It is probably, it's ready to go this year. It is in one of the earlier years. So if the company is able to do that, that we could pull that one ahead. And we would have to pull whatever funds out of either if there's a surplus, or that we would have to take it out of our reserve. So on the floor for conversation. Rob, did you want to comment on my comment? Or should I hear from other councillors? So we could
no, open it up to the councillors, please.
Yeah, yes. Okay. Councillor Smith and Councillor McKechnie.
All right, thank you. And I was looking for Rob's expertise, but from what we've been told, to me, that makes a lot of sense. There is, according to the detailed list, less than $10,000 worth of prep work, which is almost none. It's a road that has high traffic, and it's also a road that we're spending about $10,000 a year in maintenance fees. When you consider 3 or 4 applications of dust suppressant, grading, and so forth, it's up there in the middle of nowhere in terms of remote to our you know, roads depot. So taking a grader up there is a big deal. And so I think there are a lot of reasons why you could say that one makes sense if we were going to expand the you know, the list at all. You can certainly justify why it's at the top of the list as a kind of a first choice. So you know, unless somebody's got a why not, I'd say why not.
And my caveat was just that if the construction company or the millers has the capacity, they may run out of time. We don't know that, but if they have time, that we would include that, and that the funds come out of reserve. So is there someone else want? Oh yes, sorry, Councillor McKechnie was next.
Yeah, I'd like to propose done, because the money's probably, most of the money's there, 155,000. And I also like to propose Klondike. It's been a long time. I don't know how many years, 5, 6 years. So I'd like to see them moved up.
So is there an appetite to include Klondike or Dunn, which, by the way, do not meet that requirement? I know the counts could be off, but they do not meet that 100 traffic count that we had sort of set that level. So is there, Councillor Smith?
Well, you know, I'm very supportive of getting roads to hardtop. And so to Councillor McKechnie's proposal, you know, I'd ask a couple of questions. I'm not familiar enough with those roads to say how much prep work is going to be required before they can go to hardtop. And I'm also curious about this Cooperage Fund. Is it limited in terms of where it can be deployed, or is it you know, are we free and clear to use those funds for a wide range of things? Like to better understand that, or offering to second or support his motion.
The other thing to consider, so there's a lot of questions there. The other thing is perhaps that conversation could happen when we have the DOT software and the proposal of the 2022 roads budget, is to hold off on that. I know for those people on those roads, or for Councillor McKechnie, that it would mean another year. It wouldn't be done in this year, but I think there's a few too many questions there. But I did see, another hand. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, go ahead.
I'd just like to answer that question if I could, please.
Okay, and then Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, the money was designated for infrastructure, I believe, on Fort Irwin roads around Fort Irwin, because of the damage all the construction that's happened over the years there. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, next.
Dunn is actually scheduled for gravel this year, so that would lessen the cost in theory next year if it were to be hard topped, for example. Would that gravel you're putting on this year be part of the reconstruction program if we were to pave it? I don't know if I'm making myself clear or not.
If that was the intent, I would defer the gravel this year and wait and do it all in 1 year.
Okay.
Well, I don't know enough about that fund myself. I think that, as to Councillor Smith's point, that we need to see what the requirements are there. So I'm not. It is only April. We could do one of two things. We could pass the resolution as we have in our agenda for this, with the addition of Redken, if there is capacity. And then we could further ask that a report come back regarding Dunn and deal with that at next month. Because to throw that in right now without the full information is going to make it a very difficult decision for all of council to make. And maybe if there's more information, I feel more comfortable with that. So I defer to other, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, you want to comment on that?
I'll make the motion. As stated, and Councillor McKechnie's request be brought forward as a staff report what the impacts might be on that.
And also from the treasurer to that fund. So if that's the case and you want to second the motion, I need some help from Mallory, because we would add at the bottom of this where it says further that the additional work be funded from the federal gas tax and the 2020 budget surplus of 225,000. So we would add something, and further that Redken.
I said, and further that if capacity allows, Redken Road be added to the resurfacing schedule in 2021, and that this work be funded by reserves. And then I have another and. Further, that staff bring a report to committee of the whole detailing the impacts of resurfacing Dunn Road in 2022. Is that the year we're
I wouldn't put a year on there. I just put Dunn and stop.
Dunn Road. Okay.
Okay. So always hard when we're changing a resolution, but what I'm going to do is, Mallory, if you don't mind, I am going to get you to read the whole thing as you just right from the top, and then I will look for a mover and a seconder, and we will see where this resolution stands.
Okay. Be it resolved that the committee, it says committee. So I'm glad I read
council.
This.
Yeah.
Yes, it's going to need a few revisions. Just give me a sec. I think it's because it's been to committee so many times.
Yes.
Okay. I've done some amendments. Okay. Be it resolved that council receive the report regarding additional proposed work in the 2021 road resurfacing program, and further that council add the proposed work as attached to the current road resurfacing report to the 2021 road resurfacing program, and further that the additional work be funded from the federal gas tax reserve of 240,000 in the 2020 budget surplus of 225,000, and further that if capacity allows, Redken Road be added to the resurfacing schedule for 2021, and that this work be funded by the reserves. And further, that staff bring a report to committee of the whole detailing the impacts of resurfacing Dunn Road.
Okay, good job, clerk. Mover and a seconder, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, Councillor Clark. You've all heard the resolution. I will ask for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Okay, and I just wrote as amended, Mallory, and I'll get the corrected one from you. So at this time, we're going to have to take a half-an-hour break, and I apologize to staff. We're a little behind today, but we'll be taking a half-an-hour break. As soon as we come back, we are going to go into closed. So if there's any media listening in, we'll be in closed starting at 1:30. And I cannot predict how long that will take, but I'm hoping not too long. And then we will go back to Public Works and the remainder of our open session. Okay, so we're now in recess for half an hour. Please be back at your screens at 1:30 promptly, and we'll see you then. Okay, so we are back in open session, but only to read a resolution to go into closed, as I had said earlier. So hope everyone was able to get a quick lunch. I do need a mover and seconder to go into closed, please. Councillor Clark and seconded Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting at 1:33 p.m. to discuss matters pursuant to section 239-2 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended pertaining to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, a proposed disposition of land in the township of Dysart and Havelock, Harborn Road, and property abutting the Kinesis Lake waste disposal site, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, a summary of the current claims and building and public works department matters, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, legal advice on proposed property disposition. So you've heard the resolution. All in favor? Okay, so we are now in closed session, and what I'm going to ask the councillors to do is just turn your screens off while Lori gets our screen up. Turn your video off.
Nancy, can you turn your video off, please?
You know what? I think she's left while that's happening. Can you do it without Lori? Okay. Back on. I'll just wait till I see everybody's smiling faces if we're still awake, hopefully. Just wait till all the councillors are back on. And I have one resolution coming out of closed. Just waiting for Councillor McKechnie and Councillor Smith. I probably took advantage of a quickie break. That's okay. I'll get my regular agenda back up. Okay, there we go. So I do need a mover and a seconder for this motion that's coming at a closed, if I could. Councillor Donaldson and Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that council directs staff to approve the second driveway request for Carson McDonald at 86 College Drive dated March 3rd, 2021, if, in the opinion of the operations manager, the application meets the guidelines of Dysert's entrance policy. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. So we're now going to go back to our regular council agenda. I'm going to see. I believe we were in Public Works. So we were at item C, which is a requested posted maximum 50-kilometer speed limit. So it's 6C. And I'll just wait for Rob to come in.
He's there, possibly not at his computer. Do we want to move on to John's item and come back?
Well, I think that's a dandy idea. So we will not do C, we will do D, the bylaw to govern the waste management. Hi, John, you're up.
Hi, everyone, good afternoon. So bylaw 2021-29 is the bylaw that council saw previously at committee of the whole. So this would be for the final approval. Some councillors have given me some feedback of it. So if council is open to it, I'm just going to share my screen so you can see some of the edits that would still be incorporated. They're pretty editorial, if you will. They're not super complicated. So this is the bylaw that we've been looking at. In the definition section, there is a new definition for one-time landfill pass, meaning the card used by short-term renters in order to access waste disposal sites. In the person definition, there's just a spelling correction from residence to resides. Sorry, just going through.
That's okay.
In 4.8, it would say that a valid landfill identification user card or one-time landfill pass must be shown to attendants to access waste disposal sites. Under 412J, it's just clarifying a difference between the children under the age of 12 mentioned in I, and then people between 12 and 17 in J. So just a point of clarification there. Sorry. In 11.1E, just a clarification that it should say J and K, not K and K. In section 12 offenses, there would be a new 12.2 that says, and that fees and penalties relating to offenses shall be listed in Schedule N attached hereto and forming part of this bylaw. So just acknowledging that those penalties exist in a schedule. And then just in, I think it's in N, just an update to in J, just changing a word from and to or when dealing with soil. And then finally in N, just clarifying it's actually section 12 of the bylaw, not section 11.2. So relatively minor edits at this point, which is great. And that's where we're at with the bylaw.
And that's where we're at with the bylaw. Well, thank you to Councillor Smith, who read that very, very, very carefully. And I don't think that there's probably any objections to the clerical clarifications that are in there. So I'll just see if there's any other questions or comments before we pass the bylaw. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, and thanks, John, for your work incorporating those that feedback. There's one other topic that I didn't give to John because I think it's a required decision of council, and that relates to section 3.3. Section 3.3 reads that landfill identification user cards cannot be loaned, shared, transferred, copied, scanned, photographed, or provided to short-term renters. I think it's terrific that we offer the landfill identification user cards for sale. They could be used by anyone who needs a single-use visit to a landfill to dispose of garbage. But I don't think that it's appropriate that we prohibit property owners who pay taxes from allowing short-term renters to use their landfill pass if that's what they choose to do. There's obviously a risk when they do that the short-term renter will lose the card or fail to return it. And that property owner may be forced as a result to buy another card at a cost of $25. That's their risk. They should be willing to take that risk. But for us to make it against the law for a short-term renter, it could be a person using the cottage for 3 weeks, for example, to prohibit them from using the landfill identification card that property owner has paid for as part of their property taxes, to me, is just inappropriate. And so I'd propose that we delete that last phrase, or provided to short-term renters, and just say scanned or photographed, period.
Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Donaldson, and then also I want to hear back from you, John. So Councillor Clark, go ahead.
I'm about 180 degrees from that. Short-term rentals are businesses. And not only have we got problems with businesses running in these residential areas, they're competing or trying to operate cheaper than other businesses that we're charging business taxes to, such as the motels and that type of thing. I have no problem at all with short-term renters being excluded from use of a residential access card for the dumps. Thank you.
Okay, good points. Tammy, Councillor Jonathan, sorry, getting tired.
I just wanted to, I am with John 100% on that, because there's probably more short-term rentals in the area than there are cottages. And I don't see, I can just see more issues, since Harcourt has already had an issue at the dump, that for somebody, a short-term renter that is doing his due diligence and putting his garbage in the dump, that he be turned away because of whatever he didn't know or whatever. That, no. I just can't see that. That's not going to be good.
A short-term renter would not be turned away. They would have to pay. Correct, John? We have a fee there. So a short-term renter is not turned away. And item 3.2 does direct any person. So if in a household, I live in a household, I have a landfill card. If I had a child still living with me, they are a member of the household, they could still go. This is about short-term rentals, and short-term rentals have another option, which is to pay. And I can't remember even now, I should know everything off by heart, but I don't. Is it $3, $5?
It'll be $5 starting May 1st.
$5 to take their garbage. And if something is happening and we don't have knowledge of it, which it probably happens all the time, we can't fully enforce it. But this is, I don't know, I don't have a problem with this in. It means that you can, it's not prohibiting, Tammy, that they can't take the garbage there, but they have a one-time fee of $5 for up to 3 bags of garbage, which is an extraordinary amount for a week. But then again, you could have a full house. Is there anyone that wants to accept the bylaw with the changes that were shown in the first part that John brought up on his screen? We could adopt that right now, or is there any further conversation to change item 3.3? Okay, Councillor Smith.
Well, you know, to Councillor Clark's thought, if we want to police short-term rentals, we ought to police short-term rentals. But to have this clause buried in this bylaw that says, and this isn't just about short-term rentals in terms of Airbnb type of activity. This says that if I don't rent my cottage, but if I did rent my cottage out to my Uncle Bob for 2 weeks during the summer, and I leave my landfill card, so he can take the garbage that he creates during his 2 weeks here. He takes that to the landfill, and for whatever reason, somebody becomes aware of that. I'm subject to a fine for allowing Uncle Bob, who's rented my cottage from me for 2 weeks, for taking the use my landfill card to get rid of the garbage. To me, that is wrong. You know, you're correct. We have very little way of enforcing it. Frankly, nobody will know whether it's Uncle Bob or who is showing up at the dump because they've got a landfill card. But to have a bylaw on the books that prohibits, you know, frankly, quite acceptable behavior is just completely wrong. And so I'm proposing, in fact, I'll put it forward as an amendment to the motion that we delete or provided short-term renters from clause
Okay,
3.
all right. So your point's taken. Is there any support to take out or provide short-term renters? Or, and if I do not see a hand. Yes?
Yeah, I agree that it should be taken out.
Okay, so Mallory, do I read the resolution as it stands or do I read it as amended and see if it fails and then read it as original? I should have taken a lesson in Robert's Rules of Orders because I don't know.
No. You can read it as original, and then if it gets turned down, we'll amend it and we'll try it again.
Okay.
That way.
I think that's a good way to go.
Actually, I think the process is that you vote on the motion as amended. And so I've proposed an amendment. It's been seconded by Councillor Donaldson.
Okay.
And we should vote on that as amended. That's the correct Robert Rules of Order.
That's what I was. Yeah. We don't have to do this very often, and so that's why I was just checking in. So I have a mover and a seconder, and I will call for a recorded vote to see the resolution as amended, which is to remove from section 3.3 or provided to short-term rentals. So let's do a recorded vote.
Okay, Councillor Clark,
No.
Councillor Donaldson,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Councillor McKechnie,
No.
Councillor Smith,
Yes.
Councillor Wood Roberts,
No.
Mayor Robert.
No.
Okay.
So that's defeated. So now I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder for the original motion, which is, where is it? Just to the bylaw for 2021-29 as amended from the other small technical changes that we saw earlier. So is there a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Clark and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-29 being a bylaw to govern the management of waste to commence May 1st, 2021 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. I would suggest we should probably do a recorded vote again for this one because there's some controversy. So Mallory, if you don't mind.
Okay, Councillor Clark,
Yes.
Donaldson,
No.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy,
No.
McKechnie,
Yes.
Councillor Smith,
No.
Councillor Wood Roberts,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberts.
Yes. So that's passed. Mallory, did you take note, because I don't have the other resolution, the amended one, so did you take note of the mover and the seconder in the recorded vote of that resolution?
Oh, the first one?
Yes.
Yes,
amended?
it was moved by Councillor
Yes,
Smith.
but as long as you've got that all written down,
Yeah,
because I don't
I
have
got
any paper in front of me. it's, we're not in the same place. It's different, making sure. Okay, so let's move on then. We've got still lots of things. I think we're going to go back to the 50-kilometer-an-hour speed thing. And that was Rob.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a follow-up from the last meeting of council from a delegation by Dave Freeman on behalf of 3 associations requesting a posted 50-kilometer-an-hour speed limit in and around the roads surrounding the Ross Lake, Percy Lake, and Halliburton Lakes. So I did some digging around. Basically, a lot of the administration can be covered in-house at no extra fee. That'd be the preparation of the bylaw that could be drafted for committee of the whole and adopted at the May meeting of council. That would allow the bylaw to be in effect once the signs are installed, certainly before the July long weekend, but probably sometime in June. The $3,500 that I've identified in the report is for the cost of materials and the cost to install the signs by our forces.
Any questions, comments on that report? Okay, want to move for seconder to pass? John or Councillor Smith, are you commenting or moving?
I'm happy to do both. I applaud the effort to improve safety in our community roads, and happy to second this. I have a question for Rob. As he notes, this is in response to a delegation from Dave Freeman on behalf of the Lake Association. What about roads where there's not, they're not part of a lake area or lake association? How do we get a response for those folks?
It could be much the similar way. They could have something put on the agenda asking for a posted speed limit. It could be done through notice of motion through a councillor. It's generally not something brought forward ad hoc by staff. Items like this are normally done in response to a request. So having said that, we've had previous requests in the past for more warning signage, not so much a lowered speed limit, but certainly warning signage. And if council wishes, we could revisit those roads in particular if we want to expand the speed limit bylaw. I think it's very much going to open the floodgates this summer as to areas requesting this to be done in certain areas. So if council wants to get ahead of this, maybe we break it off, albeit much quicker than I'll reference the septic reinspection program. Maybe we block off areas, or if you want to start around the larger lakes and do that in 2021 and 2022 and branch out after that. It's very much something we're going to need direction from council on, because it's going to become an issue probably after this meeting.
Yeah, well, that's my point, that we're very responsive in this situation. And that's good on one hand, but it's going to open the floodgates, and but it does leave one concerned about those others. And so I guess I'll bring forward a notice of motion at the end of the meeting to one of the roads in my area that's been a constant source of complaint. Thank you.
Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, and just to reiterate what I've said before about the delegation is, to their credit, to Mr. Freeman's credit, he did his homework. He had a solution to a problem up around their area, as opposed to, can we have some warning signage to slow cars down? It goes a long ways to provide the maps and to talk in front of council and share your concerns. And he had a real plan. We've done some vetting of that plan, and it checks out. So now it's just time and money, and we can implement it.
Okay, so Councillor Smith, you moved that. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be resolved that council receive and acknowledge the report about implementing a posted 50-kilometer-an-hour speed limit through Halliburton, Percy, and Ross Lake areas, and that council direct staff to prepare a draft bylaw authorizing the posted speed limit in the Halliburton, Percy, and Ross Lake areas, and that the cost to implement the speed zone be funded by the operating budget. All in favor? That was carried. Okay, the fees, that's John.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just one last comment before hopefully I'm done talking. Just for council's information, the speed radar signs have been shipped. They're here. So just slowly I got to get them installed and out on the roads. So you may get some comments about that. But yeah, there are signs and they're here. They're going to be in play very soon.
Okay, thanks for that additional information. So now to John about the fee bylaw. There really shouldn't be much conversation. We've already had the debate over it.
Yeah, so this is the bylaw that council saw 2 weeks ago at committee, and most of the fees had already been approved in March. When we did all that stuff. So this is just making it official, specifically scheduled the waste management fees for bylaw 2021-30.
Okay, so I'm just really going to look for a mover and a seconder for this one. Councillor Clark, Councillor Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
I have a question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, John, like, our neighboring municipalities, are they in bringing in a lot of these new fees also?
Yeah, in some cases, we're catching up with some of our local municipalities who have fees similar to these. So we're very much on par with our neighbors, for sure.
Yeah, and so there's 28 different fees that the attendant's going to have to address. How much more work do you think this is going to be for the attendants?
At the 3 sites we're at Haliburton, Harcourt, and West Guildford, we're using a digital payment system. So for most people, their transactions are going through that. So it's not additional work, it's just hitting a different button essentially.
And you don't think it's going to be any traffic jams at all, causing any backups?
Not any more than we would currently be experiencing.
So these guys are going to go to the car, and of course, COVID's still a bit of a problem. Are you comfortable with them? People are going to open their window, probably not have a mask on. And how are they going to do this transaction? They're going to do it through the car, right?
Yeah, so we've come up with a protocol that we've reviewed with all the landfill attendants. So they will be wearing masks themselves. They simply are asking people how many bags of garbage they have, for example. And from there, we have a process. We also have a bit of a leeway in terms of the early summer months, just to help get residents used to this new program. So we're going with an education aspect first, and then moving more into the enforcement of the fees, especially around the garbage, as we get later into the summertime. So we've really recognizing that COVID is here and we need to keep our attendants safe, keep the public safe. We feel we can do these transactions primarily without having to get too close to a person's vehicle. And if a person does need to pay, typically already they get out of the vehicle and approach the landfill office and pay through Square, and there's no like physical interaction with the landfill attendants.
Okay, so questions answered, and I did have a mover, which is Councillor Clark, and a seconder, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-30 being a bylaw to impose fees and charges, specifically Schedule D, which is waste management fees, to commence May 1st, 2021, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signing the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, in favor. Yep, carried. Purchase of land. Rob, are you speaking to this one, or anyone?
This was mine. It just
Oh,
this
yes,
is the piece of land that we're purchasing to do the contaminant attenuation zone at Kinesis Lake landfill. So
Okay.
This is just the bylaw to authorize the purchase of that land.
Okay, excellent. So mover seconder, please. Councillor Clark, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-32 being a bylaw to authorize the purchase of land in the geographic township of Havelock, which is Haliburton Forest and Wildlife Reserve, 1095 Redkin Road, Kinesis Lake Contamination Attenuation Zone, PIN number 39260-0287. Be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached hereto. All in favor? Am I starting to read too fast? Because I'm trying to.
Just one point before we vote, could said after we vote.
Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to go. This is too long a
I
meeting.
think I think it's appropriate to acknowledge the generosity of Halliburton Forest. Clearly, in selling us this land for $2, it's you can debate what fair market value is, but it's certainly well over $2. And so very kind, very generous of them to be so willing to support our municipality through this purchase price. And I just thought it was appropriate to acknowledge that publicly. Thank you.
Yep, no, good point. I'm just by 3 o'clock, my back's just on fire. I should be standing for these meetings. Thank you for that, and maybe that can be passed on, John, if you don't mind. The waste or whatever it is, the last one with the agreement. Yeah.
Yeah, the last one is just basically an amendment to an agreement we already have in place with Algonquin Highlands. This is to do the mobile app for the Waste Wizard.
Okay, we're all familiar with that. Mover seconder. Councillor Smith and Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-33, being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute an amendment between the Corporation of the Township of Algonquin Highlands and the Corporation of Municipality of Dysart et al. For the purpose of adding a mobile app to the Recollect Master Service Agreement, be read a first, second, third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached hereto. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. Thank you, Rob and John. That's a lot of stuff in there.
We have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Can we have 5 minutes?
Yes. Why don't we just take 10? We do have still a few more things that are going to take some comment, and I will be able to stand. So just 10 minutes. Turn your screen and your mute on. Screen off, mute on.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So we're back from our quick 10-minute break, and the next item on the agenda is under building and bylaw, and it's the encroachment bylaw. And we have Robert Maschia here to go over that with us. So go ahead, Robert.
Good afternoon, Council. Just bringing back the encroachment bylaw from our earlier this month committee of a whole, where the encroachment bylaw was brought up in front of the committee. Council has asked me to change the interest rate percentage to match all other bylaws and outstanding accounts. And I did speak with Barbara, and we did. She did inform me that in fact the interest rate should be 1.25% on it. So we've on all past accounts. So that's what the change has been made to make sure we're all similar across the board for other bylaws and accounts. If there's any questions on anything else, this is final. Just looking for council approval on the bylaw.
Okay, any further questions to Robert, or otherwise I'll look for mover seconder to pass the bylaw. Mover, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, seconded Councillor McKechnie. Oopsie. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-31, being a bylaw to regulate encroachments within the municipality of Dysart et al., be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signing the corporate seal attached hereto. All in favor? That's carried. Well, thank you, Robert, to hang around all day for that.
No problem.
Okay. And Barbara, who's been listening in and is there, and she's not, you don't need to use your camera, but if you want to.
Yes, so good afternoon.
Okay. So the first up that we have is the a request to do a tax insert.
Yes, so we've received a request from the Kinesis Lake Cottage Owners Association, and they're looking to include a insert for an online survey regarding their lake plan, and this would be for just the members of the Cottage Owners Association. So I did review the request, and it's a little bit problematic for us because in principle, the letter makes it look simple, but we have a certain process that we follow once our bills are received back from a printer. We have certain administration that we complete before these bills get mailed out. So I see that being somewhat problematic for us to have an extra insert for a certain group of cottage owners only, because these bills come in a format, in a numerical format, for us to go in and again complete this administration. And some of this administration may be that we have to pull bills for ownership changes that have occurred from the time of when the file's gone to the printer for the tax bills to the point of when they've come back. And there are some other administrative updates that we look for as well. This year particularly not a good year either, because we have our landfill card being circulated with our final tax bills.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. And you said something at the beginning that they wanted to reach their members. What they want to reach is every lake owner, not just their members. If they were trying to reach their members, they've got an e-blast to do that. And here's their dilemma, but here's our dilemma, is that it's not a great year to do that. We're putting in a tax insert. As we know, we've got staff doing that, and we're putting in a landfill card. And now you're telling us it's not an easy process at our end at the office. So Deputy Mayor Kennedy, do you want to, and then Tamara has something to say too.
Just a point of clarification. Actually, the reline does say for Kinesis Lake Cottage Owners Association property owners only. It's not all the property owners on Kinesis Lake.
Well, sorry, where are you reading that from?
Right at the top of the letter.
To ensure we reach all our property owners. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not their members.
Okay, well, if you go up above that 2 lines, it says for KLCOA property owners only.
I think she's made a mistake there.
One of them definitely is.
Actually, maybe I'll defer to Councillor Smith, who's a Kinesis Lake resident. I believe the purpose of this is to reach every property owner, not the KLCA or OA members.
Yeah, that's correct. They had called me and they absolutely, they want to reach everyone who owns a piece of property on the lake. And the only way to do, they only believe the only way to do that is through the tax. So
do we get to review the content of this notice?
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
We reached out to MPAT to see if there was anything they could facilitate with their digital end, and they said no because of the privacy regulations. But a lot of lake associations get around this by sending someone in from the lake association to get the addresses from the roll books, and that's how they do their mailings. So it is quite common. There are several that do that. The other thing is that we're looking towards going towards an online platform for our tax billing. So by the time we got to offer this up to every lake association in the community, we might get through 2 before we're online. And there could be other options online in the future, though, for like advertising or something, or promotions of some sort as well. But we do get into that mix of using our private. And as Pat noted too, that was another thing we discussed, is if there was a message going out, and nothing to do with Kinesis, but it could be any lake, if the message wasn't necessarily aligned with messages council's been giving, that could create issues as well. And people, I guess, are expecting their tax bill as municipal information as opposed to, or organizations like health services that the municipality supports as opposed to individual groups or organizations.
We actually even in past years turned down a request from the health services for a donation thing in there, because then, so even though that was for the greater good, we turned that down. We tend to not put anything in our tax bills and accept the tax bill, the landfill card, and our own report. So so it doesn't appear that there's an appetite to include this. The resolution simply says to acknowledge receipt of the request. So I said we will acknowledge, but there's no further direction there. So I'd still read the resolution as is, but there's no ability to agree to the request. John or Councillor Smith.
Thanks. Without agreeing to the request, I think a number of fair points have been made here. You know, I believe this was a you know, an email or letter from you know, Janice Parker, who actually does some of our printing, tax bill production stuff, to you know, through Tamara to council. Would it be fair to ask staff, probably Barbara, to engage in a conversation with Janice Parker or someone from Parker Pad and Printing as to, you know, the work that we do internally, and if there's a way to overcome that, you know, short of them going in and looking through, you know, for a small lake association, you can look at the properties. Oh, there's 28 properties in their lake. You know, in Canisius, there's 1,000 properties they got to go through the tax files for. That's a big job. And you know, if there's a way of working together, you know, would we be prepared to have Barbara engage in a conversation with the Lake Association representative about that?
Well, I'll just, before Barbara comments on that, firstly, 2 points. One, there's probably about 600 members, just say a round number, you'd know, and 400 is missing if they want to get all 1,000 property owners. And it doesn't address Deputy Mayor Kennedy's and Tamara's concerns with that we don't put anything in the tax bill except DICER information. I appreciate that they're trying to tag along on our postage, but that's not anything that we have done in the past. And so I think that doesn't, either way, it doesn't address that concern. And the tax bills are about to go out.
If I may just make one comment, I did get in touch with our MPAC representative and just to see if they could provide some support to the Lake Association. And it's my understanding the Lake Association can make a custom data request through the MPAC Business Development Group to obtain some of the information. In most cases, it will just be the civic address for the cottagers, and it doesn't really give them the owner name. That's more restrictive with MPAC due to privacy.
Okay.
So they could get addresses, but no names. And to Tamara's point, typically these lake associations, they'll get the information directly from the roll books that are available at the municipal office for view.
Okay, so just moving along, we need to receive it. And so I need a motion to receive. Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the request for a Canisius Lake Cottage Owners Association tax bill insert from Janice Parker, KLCOA board member. All in favor? Okay, carried. So there's no further recommendation on that. Next, you have the fire safety grant program. We heard notification that we'll receive some extra money.
Yeah, so through the Ministry of the Solicitor General and the Office of the Fire Marshal and Emergency Management, the municipality is eligible up to $6,100 through the fire safety grant. We have made the application. The fire chief has identified the need to improve and enhance existing training by purchasing 3 laptops for online training accessibility and augment present training with a forcible entry prop. So the sum of those two expenditures is roughly $6,300. Of that, $6,100 will cover the cost through the fire safety grant.
Okay, so thank you for that. Any questions to Barbara on that? If not, I'll have a mover and a seconder. Councillor McKechnie, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that Dysart et al. Council supports participation in the Provincial Fire Safety Grant Program. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much, Barbara. And next is something that Mallory's bringing to council, and I have to say I'm rather excited about this. This has come to council the last couple of terms, and we weren't there yet. So anyway, Mallory, I'll take it away because you've been talking with other clerks in the township, the county.
So yeah, the clerks from the 4 local municipalities have been in discussion about alternative voting methods. We do have May 1st, 2022 to pass a bylaw on it. Obviously, alternative means anything that isn't just going to the ballot box. So in the past, Dysart has used vote by mail, so they would have had to pass a resolution to allow vote by mail, but also the use of tabulator equipment to count. So the recommendation in this report is to use internet telephone voting. There's a few reasons for that, and I've listed the number of advantages to it. The top advantage in my mind is accessibility, not only for persons with disabilities, but because we have a high seasonal population, the ability to vote anywhere is a great option. It also allows 2 voting methods. So if you're not comfortable with internet, you could do it on the phone and vice versa. It really enhances voter privacy. It has the potential to increase voter turnout. I mean, more people might become engaged, like youth voters. And it certainly reduces the number of staff. It also has the potential to reduce the budget. We do have 68 grand in the budget for the election this year. Things like our contract with Canada Post to make sure that we get all of our votes back in time, and the amount of staff overtime that goes into counting, it adds up in terms of election costs. Another reason, and we're all sitting here doing it right now, but it greatly reduces public health risks when you do online and internet voting. You're not manually counting all of those votes, and you're not having to meet in person as much. So it's kind of a more convenient way to do it. I have listed other voting methods. Obviously, traditional paper ballot, where you go in to vote. There's vote by mail, which we've done in the past. And then some municipalities do a hybrid method. Those are quite expensive, so we're not really recommending that. But again, internet telephone does provide 2 ways to vote. And then I just wanted to put a little notation at the bottom that if someone doesn't have access to a telephone or the internet, we can set up a kind of a booth voting station to help people. Also, if it's confusing to do the vote. So we would do that in an accessible location during the voting period.
Okay, so you've heard Mallory's report. Any questions to Mallory, comments? This has come forward the last Councillor Smith, I'm sorry, I'm getting.
Thank you. Mallory, you noted in your list there that it had the potential to improve voter participation. A number of communities have done internet and telephone voting in the past. Did they improve their voter participation as well?
There have been, yeah, we did some research into this, and it does increase it slightly. You can always say that if someone's not going to vote, they're not going to want to vote just because it's internet telephone suddenly, right? It's not going to get people super excited if they weren't excited to begin with. But it is that convenience factor where, oh, now I don't have to go throw it into the post, or I don't have to go in on a day when I'm working or take time off and go and vote. So it has the potential because it's convenient. Now, it's not going to incentivize people who would never have voted to begin with to vote. It's not a miracle method, but it does have the it has the ability to increase it slightly. And we'll know those numbers. We'll be able to compare from previous years if we do go this method and say, yeah, it did increase it or it didn't. And I do think in our township, because we have a high seasonal population, it is important to those residents, if they're like to have that ability to do it that way too. So it does have the potential. I won't guarantee it, but just because of the convenience factor, that's all.
Okay, thank you. It's up to the candidates to generate the excitement that gets people motivated to vote. So, you know, I think this is a sensible thing to do. You know, I would note that also in the last election, there were some municipalities that did this. They ran into some technical problems, and that actually delayed the voting process. So there is some risk in it. The one aspect of it that I'm concerned about is for what I'll call the frail elderly, not just senior citizens, because I'm a senior citizen, but you know, there are some that voting is very important to them, but the idea of being able to manipulate the push button phone, you know, is that's not going to happen. They're not going to be able to do that. I've got a neighbor that you know, is 80 some years old. No matter what it is, will never make a payment through her online banking, and I fear this individual won't vote through her computer. Just a matter of trust, and 80 some years old, probably not going to change her. And I wonder, for those few, very few exceptions, is there a way of giving them an alternative approach where they could, you know, you don't need tabulating machines if you get a couple of dozen votes on paper ballots. Is there a way of offering that, you know, as a supplement for those that want to go out of their way to come into the, you know, Dysart offices and get a paper ballot and, you know, put the X in the circle?
I would recommend for those individuals that they come into the office and we actually help them through the process. If you do a hybrid method, you are getting into much a more costly situation. Basically, you're doing multiple voting methods. But I have heard of other areas where they do internet telephone and they actually kind of reach out to local nursing homes and so on, just to ensure that they're helping residents with things like this. I know some residents, if they're confused by the phone option and they're confused by the internet option, they might reach out to their family members, but I know what you mean. Overall, for some seniors, it will be a better voting method, but for other seniors, it might not. So we are available as staff if someone has questions or they need help going through it, but it's also important to provide an accessible location that if someone is able to come into town, that we're helping them that way too, just through the process.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Mallory.
It is, I understand, but it's, you know, for the frail elderly, coming in someplace, you know, may not be possible, where if they could send a relative to come in and pick up a paper ballot that could be filled out. I do worry about it. And, you know, we just got this on Thursday. I'm certainly going to try and check with some other municipalities to see if there's an alternative for those. And we're not talking hundreds or thousands of voters. We're talking that, you know, there may only be a couple or 3 dozen across the community. But I just don't want to see anybody, you know, shut out because of discomfort with technology.
And fair enough, that was a concern 4 years ago and 8 years ago. One good thing is that first of all, what I like about this, Mallory, is that all 4 townships are now looking at this together, and so and getting on board, you know, a full year ahead of necessary of what it would be required. But you know, for our paper ballot system, that could be very confusing for some people who are frail and elderly, and that this ballot has to go into this one when not the name, and then that yellow ballot has to go into the white envelope. And I have assisted people in the paper ballots as well. So hopefully those people would reach out and we would have locations set up that are accessible locations. There maybe one Harcourt Community Center and have a computer with a little booth, and one at our municipal office. Let's hope by 2022 people can go inside offices again. I think our libraries could be of help. I think if all 4 townships do this together, there's going to be a great promotion and explanation of how the voting method will be. So anyway, Councillor Clark, I apologize. I spoke at you had your hand raised.
Yeah, it was just very quick. Just that I think it's a good move. 60% of the residents in Ward 2 have permanent addresses elsewhere. So this is a lot more convenient. Also, it's more modern. You know, how many of your bills do you get in the mail anymore? So the mail has got to be a lot more burdensome. And then there's all the aspect of managing the paper that comes back in the door, and then it's got to be stored and maintained. So there's huge work and organizational saving issues that are involved in this. And it's and John, there is a transition period where people are getting used to it, but they've also got a year and a half to do the marketing around that and for people to connect with family if they do want to make that move. But anyway, it's a good move.
Okay, so we have a resolution. Is there a mover and a seconder for this? Councillor Wood Roberts and Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that the voting method for 2022 Dysart et al. Municipal Election Report be received as information, and further that the voting method of internet telephone for the 2022 municipal election be approved, and further that a bylaw be brought forward to council authorizing the alternative voting method as required by the Municipal Elections Act as amended section 42-1B. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, the cemetery bylaw.
And I'll continue on with this one.
Thank you.
So this is our this is bylaw 2021-34, which is the bylaw to provide for the maintenance and management of the Evergreen Cemetery. So we spoke about this at Committee of the Whole. Ms. Dulce Ocero made a delegation and provided some really good feedback, and so we've kind of broken down a report to address the point, just so we're clarifying the position that staff have taken and what we're recommending that we proceed with. So the first suggestion was to update signage at the cemetery, which does not need further direction. Staff are working on that, so we will definitely update the signage. The next one was to consider provisions for a memorialization space in front of the headstone. The suggestion was to have a width of the marker and 18 inches deep, and staff have included that provision in the bylaw as recommended. And then also there's some recommendations in there for borders and how to kind of block out the space properly for anyone who's interested. The next suggestion was to establish a process to notify lot owners in advance before removing items. So we're recommending the implementation of scheduled cleanup days. So those would be the first Wednesday of each month between May and November when it's warm season and we're in there cleaning up. And then we'll post these dates early in the year, just so everyone knows when a cleanup day has taken place. So if something has been removed, you know it's been removed during a cleanup day, and that's how that's going to work. Suggestion number 4 was to enact a process for requesting accommodations for religious or traditional beliefs, and the establishment of an appeal process. So we did consult with the Bereavement Authority on this suggestion. The suggestion was to continue to do it through council as we do now. We did add a section of the bylaw that kind of clarifies that if you do want to request an accommodation, that you would submit it through the clerk, just so people understand the process going forward. And then I kind of put a little notation in our report that the BAO, the Bereavement Authority, has a lot of objectives, and some of them include, being a mediator and an educator and an advisor for bylaws. That's part of their role. So we'd like to, we'll continue to use them to advise us as we go forward with things like this. So as requests come to council, and then council can direct staff to basically engage with the Bereavement Authority. 5 was to permit animals in the cemetery, and we looked into this, and absolutely they are permitted in other cemeteries, and a lot of people have service dogs, so it's important that they're permitted. So we included a little notation in there about, if you're going to bring your dog in, please clean up after them. And then the other was to consider the formation of a cemetery committee. We did consider this, but just because it's such a highly regulated process and we have to do a lot of consultation with the Bereavement Authority, we're suggesting that we continue to handle it through the Committee of the Whole or the council process as we do now. And then we did make some other amendments through conversation. There was discussion about people walking across lots and graves. And so just in a general conduct sense, we've added a section that kind of advises people to please try to stick to the pathways, because I know a lot of people are probably uncomfortable with that. So please try not to walk across lots if you can help it, and please respect your neighboring lots when you're in the area. So if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Well, thank you, Mallory, and also thank you to Lori, who's on the call, for all your work on this. And I appreciate the quick turnaround from the delegation of at the committee to the bylaw being able to come forward. So let's see if there's any further comments. And if not, I'll ask for mover seconder to pass the bylaw. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, go ahead.
I just want to thank staff for the excellent job they did on this file. Well done.
Great. Would you like to move as well? Okay, so I'll take that as that moved, and I'll look for a seconder then. Councillor Smith. Excellent. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-34, being a bylaw to provide for the maintenance and management of the Evergreen Cemetery in the village of Haliburton, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached hereto, and further that council directs staff to forward bylaw 2021-34 to the Bereavement Authority of Ontario for final approval. All in favor? Great, carried. And fees and charges.
So I'll just do a quick summary. So the fees and charges bylaw went through the notice period of 30 days. We didn't receive any appeals, so we're just bringing it forward again just to be passed by council. And then of course it's another bylaw that its final approval authority is the Bereavement Authority. So after we approve it, it will go to them to approve.
Okay, thank you. Mover seconder, please then. Councillor Wood Roberts and Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-35, being a bylaw to impose fees and charges for the Evergreen Cemetery, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached hereto, and further that council directs staff to forward bylaw 2021-35 to the Bereavement Authority of Ontario for final approval. All in favor? Carried. Oh my gosh, I see the light at the end of the tunnel here. We have some minutes from the Committee of the Whole. Any questions or comments on that? If not, I will look for a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes. Councillor Clark, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the minutes from the April 13th, 2021 Committee of the Whole. All in favor? Carried. And lastly, the Sign and Property Standards Committee minutes. We're still working on it. I can't recall if we set another meeting date. That's what I don't remember. Oh yes. No, Mallory, I don't remember. I don't even remember which staff is on that.
It's Robert Masha. So he's currently consulting with the BIA and so on the sign bylaw revisions that we suggested in that committee meeting.
Yeah, usually when we adjourn, we set another, because that one's ad hoc. We don't have set meeting dates. We sometimes set a.
Yeah, we didn't set an official. We just set a few months from now, so we had a date. But yeah.
Okay. Good. Yeah. So just move for seconder to receive those minutes, please. Councillor Clark and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the March 25th, 2021 Sign and Property Standards Committee minutes. All in favor? Okay, carried. We have concluded our closed session. So that is finished. Excuse me, I just. And I know that there's some notice of motion here. I've also done the report from closed session if anyone's listening in on that. So there, I do have a notice of motion that has been filed regarding unopened municipal road allowances. I don't know if the mover wants to speak to that. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's this actually relates to the update on the encroachment bylaw that Robert earlier had. Within the encroachment bylaw, they speak to ability to use municipal right-of-ways, municipal properties. That's something called Policy 32, which is called a policy to govern the use of unopened municipal road allowances. There's a little bit of concern with that particular policy. Section 2 of that policy does not really enable residents or constituents to be made aware of certain things that are being happening, or to be able to question or represent publicly. What I've proposed on this, and with the way it states, is that somebody makes an application, then it's up to that person who's making the application to advise that they've talked to some of their neighbors about it, and there is no really requirement for them to that, or to have anything that supports that. So the proposal that I'm putting forward, it reads that be it resolved that council directs staff to amend section 2 of policy 32 on open municipal road allowances to require public notice and consultation as part of an application for a license of occupation for an unopened road allowance. And that just enables people who may have an interest or a stake in a piece of property that's being asked to be used for a period of time to at least be heard by council, and for council to make proper representation. Any questions I can answer on that, or anybody got any concerns?
So I've got you as moving that. I'm just going to check with Mallory, that's because I did have that one that was filed ahead of time. So that would come back to council to approve policy 32. Mallory?
Yeah,
No,
yep. They can bring it back to council because council's directing the amendment. So staff can look into this and bring back a revised version. We also, I wanted to see if Jeff's still on the call, if we wanted to pull him up, if you had questions. It is a planning policy.
Yeah, I just want to be sure. So so we want to check the wording. For instance, it says be resolved the council directs staff to amend that. So then they would amend it. It has to come back to council for us to approve the amendment. So I'm fine with, if Jeff doesn't even really, I don't think need to come in at this point. I just think that we would, for instance, when it says require public notice, what does that mean? Put an ad in the Echo or post it on our website or da-da-da-da. So council will have an opportunity, because council will be amending the policy 32. Right now, he's asking for a seconder to see if to direct staff to bring that back. And that's a seconder? Yeah, so Deputy Mayor Kennedy seconded it. So all in favor of the notice of motion? Okay, so notice of motion passes, so that's great, and that will go forward to staff. Excellent. And I believe there might be some notice of motion from the floor. Councillor Smith?
I just based on the Halliburton Lake Road speeding discussion, I'd like to put forward a notice of motion to have staff report on the possibility of changing the posted speed limits on Irish Line Road from 60 kilometers per hour to 50 kilometers per hour.
On that road only. Okay,
yep.
So
that's a road right now that is posted 60. A member of the community, members of the were concerned about speeding on the road, and so
okay.
No lake association, but you know.
And Mallory is clerk, because we're not in the same place. You're able to type up what?
Councillor Smith, I'll read it and just let me know if this is good. Be it resolved that council directs staff to return with a report on the possibility of changing the posted speed limits on Irish Line Road from 60 kilometers an hour to 50 kilometers an hour. That's it. Okay.
That's good. So he has moved. I'll need a seconder before we can see if that goes forward for even conversation. And Deputy Mayor Kennedy, are you seconding that? Okay, so Deputy Mayor Kennedy has seconded the motion. Is there any further conversation? Tamara, I believe you had your hand up. No?
No, I'm fine.
No? Okay, so I will call for the vote. It's all in favor? Okay, so that carries. Are there any further notice of motion before we adjourn? I don't want to see a hand. No, I'm only kidding.
Like that, my discussion
Yes?
about the that's going to be brought back to council with regard to Dunn, right? And the cooperage funds.
Mallory, just to confirm back when we were doing public works, was do you think
That was a long time ago, so I'm just scrolling up. Sorry.
It was a long time ago, but I just want.
So yeah, it says further that staff bring a report to committee the whole detailing the impacts of resurfacing Dunn roads. That was added to an earlier resolution.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Walt, for checking on that. Okay, wow, we're gonna adjourn at just before 4 o'clock. That's a long, long day for staff and council. So if there's nothing further, I will ask for, I need a confirming bylaw first before we adjourn. Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2021-38, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on April 27th, 2021, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Passes, carried. Don't forget tomorrow at 1 o'clock, the Eorn and County Council meeting. You might want to tune into that. So I just need a motion to adjourn, please. Everybody's hands up. Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Clark. And before we adjourn it, like I said, a long day, and I want to thank all the staff that are still on the call, and everybody. Just stay safe, stay well. We're really in a rocky position here with COVID-19. There's more cases in Haliburton. There's more just dreadful things happening in Ontario. So you know, just hang in, everybody. So moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting held on April 27th, 2021 at 3:57 p.m. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, go get some fresh air. Well, the sun is still shining. Have a great day, everybody. Bye now.